we saw from both of those sides in their respective semi-finals yesterday. But also, I was glad to see a return to both teams' kind of more classic ways of playing the game, I guess. Interesting hearing you talk about mid-control, Jason, there, in terms of both teams on the CT side not wanting to fight for it. And I'm wondering, is that one of the reasons why Rock6 seemed to have less impact than usual? Because he's on the T side, he's playing that top mid role, and there's nothing for him to pick off.
Yeah, he played in the B-bomb set as well a couple times, so I think he was just mobile. I think the first half was probably more than anything just a bit of a rough half for him. But CT side, it just felt like a lot of action didn't come his way. He kind of delivered when they went to the B-bomb site, when they split it that one round. Yeah. I don't know, opping on Mirage CT side still feels like such a weird thing for me at the moment. Like, I know we've kind of gotten set in our ways, but it's one of those maps where it feels like it should be friendlier to ops, and it's just not. There's just always smokes everywhere.
Anders, your boy Boom had a great match, 18 for 17, so fairly effective, particularly on that T side. Are you happy with his performance?
Yeah, very happy. Again, like, there's something awe-inspiringly fearless about watching Boomich play when he's in this kind of a mood. Like, the fights that he takes, it's so incredible, and it gives Navi, I think, a lot of punching power. So yeah, I think that was great. It's exactly how I want to see him play.
I've been a fan of Boomich ever since Katowice, when we heard him talk about how he practiced the MP9 for like a month by just playing in like FPL. He would just go into like face it pugs and just play with MP9 just all day long. That's all. He wouldn't buy AKs, wouldn't buy M4s. He just wanted to grind out the SMG. So I've ever since then, I don't know why, I've just been a huge fan of his.
Do you think that's what Chris J's been doing with the MP7?
I think Chris J is just kind of a freak. I think he's just a bit of a savant. He doesn't strike me as the guy who's going to grind a whole day with the SMGs, but for whatever reason, he's so good with every weapon.
Well, I can't wait to see what he picks up in our next map. It's going to be Dust 2, where the Russian slapping contest will commence as it's Navi's pick. So we're going to go to a short break and find out more about one of our charity beneficiaries.
Since 1948, Direct Relief has sent a lot of boxes to a lot of places. But it's never been about the boxes. It's about the compassion that fills them and the people who need them. It's not about the life-saving drugs and supplies inside the box. It's that people are alive because they were sent. It's not about sending boxes to all 50 states and more than 70 countries each year. It's the willingness to confront any crisis, cross any border, and work alongside local organizations to help people rebuild their lives, or just to stay healthy. It's not about the latest technologies or business trends. It's extending the benefits of innovation and the talents of businesses to people and communities that are often overlooked. It's not about the awards or ratings or headlines. It's the commitment to do whatever is necessary, to do it with respect, and to do it efficiently. For all the boxes Direct Relief sends, it's never about the boxes. It's the collective effort that delivers them and what that represents. Most of all, it's about what people get out of them, the opportunities of health, and to experience the joys and wonders of life.
I'm Sienna Miller, and I've been a global ambassador with International Medical Corps since 2009, seeing their life-saving work firsthand around the world. In such desperate times, minutes make the difference between life and death. When most others are running away, International Medical Corps rushes in. We go deep into the hardest hit and most remote areas to reach those in greatest need. Since 1984, International Medical Corps has reached tens of millions of people in over 75 countries, saving lives with a simple idea: Give local people the skills and knowledge, and that investment will pay off long after the crisis has ended. More than 90% of our 7,000 staff around the world are local to the communities we serve, taking care of people inside their own communities, easing suffering, and saving lives. We are International Medical Corps.
Welcome back to Gamers Without Borders. I am your host, Frankie Ward, and I've got Moses and Anders with me. They've just cast Mirage, which could not have been closer. 13-11 to NaVi, despite it being mousesports' map pick. And up next is the classic Dust 2. Both of these teams have a very good win rate on this map. And because it's NaVi's map pick, they get to start on the T side. And Jason, NaVi, they don't exactly have the best CT side on this map, do they?
It's all right. I don't know. This map is such a weird one to kind of judge T and CT sides, because I think it changes so much against the style you're going against. And this map is just a bit more inconsistent in terms of, like, no team has ever in the history of, like, CS:GO been able to really establish a great amount of dominance on it. I think the old TSM lineup did it. The old Danish core has done it at one point. But outside of that, this map has mostly been an upset map. So I don't know. The side doesn't worry me so much. What worries me for mousesports at this point is on Dust 2, you want your opera playing well, and Woxic was very quiet and very timid in his play. So this map, you'd like to see him pick that up and just be a beast.
I can't imagine Woxic not going for it, though, Moses.
I can't either, but I just saw it on Mirage, so I didn't quite believe it either. I don't know. I think that'll change between map to map. That's going to be just fine. I'm sure Woxic will show up on Dust 2 and be a monster. Rops had a great game. I hope that continues as well.
Yeah, I mean, does Rops ever not have a good game? That's the question. With NaVi, though, when I see them play Dust 2, they tend to just abuse the A side repeatedly on their T side. As long as nothing's stopping them, they just keep going there. And I just wonder, Mouse being such a studied team, Carrigan obviously always does his research. And as I'm expecting, he's got a plan.
Yeah, you'd hope so, although I don't know, it's just very tricky, right? Because one of the ways in which you could try and stop those A executes would be to allocate your entire team to try to defend long, which is more or less what it takes to actually hold long in this sort of particular metagame. And I don't know if that's worth it, so I don't know, actually. Maybe a way to do it is if you get that early AWP on Woxic and maybe another one on Chris even, and just try and see if you could shut down NaVi as they're trying to get up that long corridor and snipe them away. But I actually think it's very tricky to hold that, especially the pit area of long there. Once the T's have, smokes to land at the corner and they have enough flashbangs, it's almost like a coin flip that's slightly not weighted in your favor, so...
So do
Not
we
even-
think... Oh, go ahead, mate.
I was gonna say not even really slightly. It just is like a straight up. It's just
Yeah.
you know, do you catch the flash or not? You can dodge 4 flashes, and a 5th one will just wreck the entire defense, and it all comes crumbling
much.
down. So yeah, I think Long at the moment on Dust 2 is almost similar to mid on Mirage, what we just saw, where we just said I'm not sure that teams feel the risk of holding Long is really worth it, because you have to devote like 2 to 3 players. I mean 2 players minimum, but probably 3 players to control Long A at the start of the round, and you have to devote flashbangs if they're attacking it, a Molotov for the choke point, maybe some HE grenades. So it's just a huge sink of resources if you can't properly hold it.
Well, we're going to this map very, very shortly, so I do want to see what you're thinking in terms of where this is going to go. Do we think it's going to be a NaVi victory again, Anders?
I'm gonna go ahead and say yes. I was hyped up by Boomich playing as well as he did. I think that's gonna continue.
And Moses?
I'm taking NaVi. I'm sticking with it.
Okay, well, enjoy. Thank you so much, guys. Let's get into Dust 2.
Lord Boomich is gonna deliver, Anders.
Yeah, what else do we really expect? He does hold that title. It carries with it certain responsibilities, probably a lot of taxation involved and all the rest of it, but certainly, some kills must be coming his way, I'm sure. I like this from mousesports, though. What a great play coming out here, pushing up to top mid. Now, they need to get some kills behind it, and actually, weirdly, they're going to get spotted, fall back, and no kills ahead either way. That's unusual.
Well, we just had a long discussion about Long A on Dust 2, and NaVi is going to get out for free in this pistol round. They're slow creeping it for the moment. Woxic is going to have the early spot, but he's being careful about how he peeks. That's staying far back.
And they got the smokes.
They do have the smokes. Now, this is a long route to run, so Frozen can come back from Catwalk. More than likely, he'll probably stay there because he's got to hold on to that. Rops is going to rotate to CT spawn, and NaVi doesn't commit off the information, off the contact.
Look at Perfecto in middle. If they get the smokes up and all of the attention is drawn here by the long push, maybe he could do something in the middle. It looks like he actually wants to jump up on Catwalk. Let's see if the timing is going to be with him or not. It's Woxic up there, but if Perfecto wins the fight on Catwalk, it's a lot of trouble. He's holding off for the minute, and now they're going to try and see if they can fight Woxic. He ducks down to try and stay covered, but it is not enough. They swing wide against him, and he goes down to Flamey, and that should give them a bomb plant here. Big lead right now for NaVi.
Oh yeah, Woxic never got any of the support he desperately needed. Simple, gonna peek up with that P250, misses the chance. That's unusual, but Kerrigan and Frozen are so low on HP, and still, mousesports not able to make it up quite yet. There's the flank from Perfecto, 1 for 1. Rop's about to turn the corner, and there's Flamey, still over towards Goose, still waiting. Electronic has got his long covered. He's looking for that player to peek from up top, and there's the kill. It's all on Rops. He has a kit, and this is very doable. 1-on-1, missing the shots. It's just a head showing, and I think Flamey should just have it. 1-0 for NaVi. That's all 3 pistol rounds thus far won by NaVi.
Did Flamey just throw the gun on the box and it almost looked like it was his head showing through? I'm shocked that Robs didn't get more faked out by that. He's a good player, but still, that was really tricky.
He's also not a boomer, Anders.
Yeah, it's true. His eyes probably do work a little bit better. He's got all that going on. You're right.
Okay, well, don't sound so depressing. It's not funny to me if it makes you sad.
It doesn't make me sad. We boomers have it going on. We own property and stuff like that. We've got some sort of, got stuff like that going on. Not like all these zoomers on TikTok.
Yeah, I think you've really sold the next generation on owning property. You've done a great job there. What a pitch. Electronic at the B stairs, lower dark, just looking for pushes, and he didn't spot it, but he certainly heard the bullet whiz past his head. Unfortunately, they're getting close. One player pushing up. Oh, that's a great transfer. Down to 18 HP. He's all alone as well. There's no escape. He's going to have to fight to the death.
And he kind of did. 4-on-4 now. 2 scouts still in play. A Deagle. Oh, nice shot from Kerrigan, but he can't get back behind cover quite quick enough, and he's going to go down. So now these, actually it's a scout and a Galil, but I think it might be worth saving them here. I'm not sure it's going to be quite worth it.
No, I actually think they've done a decent amount of damage. It wouldn't even be the worst thing if they wanted to go set up, or Rops is going to stick around maybe and try and get a pick as they cross back over towards Long, but they're thinking along the same lines as you. Just prioritize keeping the weapons in their hands. So 2-0 for NaVi, but mousesports have some toys to play with. That's 2 rounds where the main hit has been long A for NaVi. 4 players in the pistol, 4 players in the second round. It was Perfecto in mid on the pistol and Electronic in dark holes in this second round as well.
Yeah, I mean, they're probably just going to keep doing it, aren't they, until mousesports give them a reason not to. It's such a fundamental and really simple strategy, but it can work so well. If you keep hitting that long position, you know eventually there's going to be a round where they almost have to put 3 people at long if they really want to go for it. And, you know, you could just exploit it so badly if you find the right round where you realize how many people are there. Suddenly that opens up for like fast B splits and all the rest of it. So if I'm NaVi, maybe why not just keep adding some pressure until they find a way to stop it. And again, now long is Perfecto.
They're gonna get this one for free. Let's see, the Galil on Frozen in the B bomb site, the Scout on Woxic as well out towards long. This one's a little bit more slow and cautious for NaVi. Simple's even still in T-spawn, looking down mid, looking for anyone to go for a late push.
They don't have, again, that much to really work with. You're kind of relying on some of these early engagements going quite heavily your way. I like the Scout out here. I mean, this is a good position to get if you can get 1 tag, fall back, get another one. I don't even need kills or headshots. I mean, they're great if you can get them, but just the tag and the escape. Not going to be this time.
They call it pulling a ROPS. Yeah. They've also got the Deagles and the Galil for that cleanup if he's able to manage some of the tags, but nothing quite yet. 45 seconds on the clock. NaVi, I mean, they're all 5 committed out towards long A, and there's no way they can fall back to the other side of the map. They can't even readjust if they wanted to at this point, because you never know if mid or T-spawn has been pushed by the defense, so it's all about marching forward here, and I think Simple just saw an elbow.
Yeah, he's got the right idea. Molotov, grenades, forcing Kerrigan out. They definitely knew. Oh, but a nice return. Look at this. It's Woxic, Frozen, and Chris all getting a kill each. One of those was a nice Deagle headshot, and that might actually give them a bit of a chance in this round. Frozen will go down, but the bomb awkwardly dropped, and Simple has to risk a lot trying to go and get it. 10 seconds here, and they're going to get the bomb planted at least, but they're both on the site, and that's really awkward. The deep grenade landing on Simple. Oh, he survives it somehow. That's pretty surprising. I thought he would have been dead already. Robs, can he do anything with the deal? He's got the right idea. There's the shot to take down Boomich, and Simple in a 1 versus 3 with no health at all, and that is not going to work out in his favor. The jump is in, and it's Woxic. Nicely done.
No icon for a jumping shot just yet, but no scope as well. Man, that is... I cannot believe NaVi's letting that one slip out of their hands. The one Galil over the top of the smoke at the elevator boxes. That should have never happened. Certainly a trade should have at least been there.
Yeah, that was... I mean, it wasn't even a setup that looked like it was going to be good at all, because Kerrigan went down, you know, just with a couple of grenades, more or less, and then they still turned it. Nice comeback into the round, at least. Now they need to build.
Yeah, they got one of those on Mirage as well and still dropped the map by 1 round. So here, they have plenty of time to recover. AUG, 3 AKs and an AWP. And NaVi's doing the same strategy, a 1-4, but they're going to the other side of the map. This time it's towards B halls. Oh, they're going to run right through the later stage of that Molotov. Some damage is taken, but the flashbangs are effective, and ROPS inside the site can only get the 1.
That is so worth it. You could tell mousesports were not prepared, and they shouldn't even be going for this. That's a 3 versus 4, and with the money they have, it's not worth it.
No, the op as well.
With the weapons, yeah. Run away. We've told you. Don't make us do the whole told you so song and dance.
I love that song and dance. I know. Man, it's so crushing as well. With the AWP, this looks like they're going to go for it. This is weird. Kerrigan dropping a flashbang in. Here they go through the window. Simple right below it. Misses his chance. Frozen gets the first kill. But still, the kills aren't coming fast enough. It doesn't matter that they've made their way in. They're not actually progressing anywhere. And it's all Woxic. That AWP is going to get lost, whether by an AK or by the bomb. It doesn't matter. Admirable attempt from Woxic, but he goes down anyways. 3-1 for NaVi.
They did successfully lose all the rifles, and I think that was that might have been the purpose of that, you know, at the end of the round. Certainly lots of money being given away there. How can we explain it, Jason? Do you want to try? Do you want to venture a guess?
You're the master of the comparisons and analogies.
So try and come up with something. I honestly don't know. Maybe it's like you know how some people when they get really rich they buy champagne at clubs and just throw it around down the drain. Maybe that's what mousesports were trying to do. They were like, so what? We've got so much money, we'll just throw it away in the round.
That makes sense.
That's the best
I like that. It's they're showing off. Really, they're flexing a little bit.
Yeah, that's what comes to mind.
I like it.
Now we've got double orbs though. It's being supported by a couple of Deagles and an M4, so that's a bit awkward, but not completely silly.
I wonder if Navi is going to be surprised that there's ops in play. I feel like you have to think, although in the back of their heads, they have to remember they did lose that third round to Deagles and a Scout and a saved Galil. So they know there were weapons that were actually passed over to the mousesports defense that mousesports didn't have to pay for. And there is the mistake. Perfecto, late in the round, dropping down, gets picked off with ease by one of those ops. And now Chris Shea is rotated to the B bomb site, which is the end target for Navi.
Yeah, and I mean, Chris is in there. If he gets one more kill and can just hide, then there should be some backup coming for him. I mean, one of the backup is going to be, Deagle first, I think. But again, just buying time right now, I think is the name of the game for Chris.
There's no nades on Navi. They have one Molotov.
No.
It almost feels like if they want to get out of this round, either Frozen needs to get picked off here, and he's going to get one more on top of it. Flamey just jumping. Simple's got to start being aggressive out towards long, and I know he's on his own, but he has to create something. They have no breathing room, and there's only 8 seconds, so it's time for a save call.
Yeah, 4 seconds. Not even any damage they can really do. Simple will get one at the end, but a weird and awkward round for Navi, where all they lose a player in middle, and then the whole thing just comes to a crashing halt. No one knows why.
Yeah, it feels like they didn't actually do anything in that round.
And again,
they just showed up into the server and just chilled.
Yeah, it's like, we lost someone in the middle line, guys. Just next round we'll try again.
Well, look at this buy in the next round. So many players not getting their bonus money. 4 members of Navi at $0. Here's Kerrigan rolling the dice, and it's going to come up good for him for the moment. Molotov is perfect. Boomich is isolated for the moment.
A little bit of a flashbang. Yeah, he is a little bit isolated, but he's going to get the headshot anyway. And Kerrigan going down, and what a nice follow-up. Frozen falls right next to him, and that's a fight that they needed to win out there, because that leaves Woxic alone in a very, very tough position. In fact, he takes, I think, like a step that was just one step too far backwards, and he's dead.
He probably never expected Navi to be that aggressive, considering they've been so slow-paced most of this half, and even most of Mirage. Bomb getting planted, and that defense is shut down. And we can go back to the pregame conversation. That's why we talk about Long maybe not being worth it for the defenders. I mean, look at how they committed Kerrigan to pit. They had one player at corner committed to helping him when presence was noticed, and they spent flashbangs, they had smokes, they had Molotovs, and none of it panned out in the end. All that utility they used just to get Kerrigan into a safe position is negated, 7 seconds later when the Molotov runs out and all the counter utility comes out from Navi.
Yeah, we've just seen it happen so many times in the past that it is starting to feel like no one has a really good grasp of how to do it. I'm sure it'll change. I'm sure people will come up with a cool solution, but it's kind of been a long-standing thing on Dust 2 now. Been a while where the metagame is. There was a point in time when, oh man, this is a long time ago, but anyway, NIP figured out how to throw, Molotovs and HEs and everything out long, and people actually stopped trying to take long at all early on on the T side, because they were just like, well, all those NIP grenades, this is back when, the original lineup. But now it's swung the other way, and people are having a hard time on the CT side all of a sudden. Anyway, it's 4-2 in the favor of Navi, with Flamey slightly leading the charge, but they're all doing pretty well. Kerrigan at 1 kill, Electronic at 2 kills. I guess that's the bottom of the server.
I think the scary part is these last 4, I guess maybe you could stretch it to 5 rounds that have gone back and forth. Mousesports has won 2 of them. It's just put their money in that really awkward pit where Frozen and Kerrigan are right below 2K. They're at 1,800 and 1,900. And then you have Robson Woxic at 3,300 and Chris J at 4,200. So not only is your money not aligned, but you have 2 players who just can't even imagine buying at the moment. And on the CT side, it's tough for them to really get any momentum going.
They went to the club, they flushed the champagne, and now their accountant has called them in the meantime saying, you know what, that might have been a little bit of a mistake.
They went to the club, Rops, Woxic, and Chris J spent all the money, and Frozen and Kerrigan were left with the bill.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And they don't like it. And who... Good stack inside of the bomb site. Oh, but Chris pushing up, and that's going to give them an out. It would have been so cool if they could have forced NaVi to sort of rush into that 3-man stack, but NaVi doing some good thinking in this round, not just giving it up so easily. Now they're just, again, slowly... I mean, whenever you get someone who's shooting you in the back like Chris just was, you kind of know that, obviously, the enemy team knows where, you know, your whole team is.
Yeah.
So it makes sense to spend a little bit of time making them second-guess themselves.
And also, I mean, remember that was the only weapon Chris J had the AWP that they brought into this round. So once you're missing that, it's just kind of, there's no real plan anymore. So Chris J tries to create something out of nothing, and that weapon is just non-salvageable. So at this point, NaVi have the entire map available to them. It's going to be 5-2. That's not too shabby.
No, again, playing the T side of Dust 2. Again, it's not really always clear what side of this map is. I think it depends a little bit on how things are working out, especially economically. But having won the first map in a best of 5, if they can pick up the second one, suddenly there's a fair bit more pressure on mousesports, you have to assume. Although I think Nuke is the third one.
Nuke is the third one. It is the third map. But... yeah, I mean, that could be a fun game, but I don't know if I'm the only one like this, but I have some confidence in NaVi's Nuke.
Yeah, it's weird, right? Because it's like the stigma of the original lineup never playing Nuke followed them for like, you know, more than a year after that wasn't even the same lineup. It's like that never even made any sense. I may have been partly, you know, part of that for a long time, just saying like, oh yeah, NaVi don't play Nuke. It's like... only one person left, and he's not here anymore even, so... Regardless, yeah, I think they could do some damage on Nuke, I agree. Maybe this is a case of mousesports showing up and saying, guys, it's a best of 5, let's just take it easy, like, we'll have plenty of rounds or maps to come back, don't even worry. That kind of attitude, you know?
Yeah. Are you a big fan of that attitude? I don't know if I like that attitude.
I'll tell you what, another analogy, like any time during school, which is luckily a while ago, but whenever someone would say like, yeah, you've got 4 weeks to this assignment, to me that was just like, oh, so I've got like 3 weeks of...
great, I don't have to think about anything for like 25 days.
Yeah, so I sympathize with the mousesports approach. That's what I'm trying to say.
I love how your analogies, it always involves school in some way. I always just get a glimpse of how awful of a student you actually were.
I know.
It's not that I was any different. I just find it hilarious.
What's even worse is I would memorize, like, you know, small little factoids that would make it seem like I knew a lot about all kinds of different topics. But if anyone had, like, questioned me, like, a second time, said, oh, can you elaborate on that? It would have been like, no. No, I can't. But it gave off a great, like, illusion of me being, you know, knowledgeable about all sorts of things. So, little tip for you kids out there, if you're interested.
Yeah, the tip is don't do anything he just described. Do the exact opposite. Here we go.
Somewhere, but...
Ooh, the spawn drop. This is good stuff from Boomich, especially because this is definitely called out because NaVi noticed the long defense. They heard the Molotovs in. They know 2 players from mousesports were committed over towards pit, and now they can split this B bomb site because reinforcements are so far away, and they now have Boomich and CT spawn to cut off those rotations. They just have to crack in. There's the trade. Chris can do nothing, and NaVi have delivered another knockout punch.
Waiting a long time, and I think mousesports just getting a little bit confused in that moment. But that kind of a B split is so powerful, and again they had a pretty heavy weight towards the A bomb side, and once that B bomb side falls, there's no point even trying to go anywhere. 6-2 in favor of NaVi. What a brilliant round.
That is actually like a perfectly called round. I really enjoyed that strategy that they just pulled off. I mean, I think the spawn drops are probably some of the most exciting strategies that Dust 2 has to offer regardless. They just create very unique situations, but the timing of when they called it, of the information they gathered, that's some really, really sick stuff from NaVi.
Double jump, I think Simple saw both of them. And it's pistols all around for the mousesports team. this would be a great time to have some kind of surprise upset in the round. Otherwise, again, they're starting to fall really far behind. It's not going to be inside of the Molotov. Electronic will take down 3. One of them blind there, as you could tell by those new wonderful icons. And in the middle, oh, I'm shocked. That's a USP, still won the fight.
Yep, that's just Chris J tapping away. Deagle's doing some work as well. Now they're going to have to fight for this control of the bomb site. Still a long way to go for mousesports, but Chris J is here. That is a perfect flashbang. Chris J is going to get to the site. Good headshot. Electronics low. That's the bomb. Now it's doable.
I mean, this is one of those rounds where you just have to say, NaVi, I mean, again, they could have probably just pulled a break on it and found a way, but I think they were so sure they'd won it after that initial triple kill that they kind of let loose a little bit, and that could be dangerous. Chris repositioning himself.
Yeah, also equally, you could say this is one of those rounds where Chris J can just deliver the clutch and the impact that he's always good for at least once, it feels like.
If he could find the right timing. The bomb is still awkwardly down there. He finds Perfecto and wins the fight. There's the headshot. Now it's Electronic. Long range with the AWP, but Chris, he doesn't have to peek. I mean, he knows that bomb is going to be planted at some point. Electronic actually goes forward, and Chris will take him down. Quad kill and a clutch. That is great.
Yes, that's Electronic making the guess. With 10 HP, he's just risking. He's saying, okay, Chris J just got that kill. Surely he relocates. He'll probably go up to catwalk or long is a possibility. But if I just walk forward, I'll have the opportunity to run to the B bomb site. And obviously, Chris J just sticks around. That's a beautiful round from Chris J. And remember, that started with the USP. I don't know how he does it, but he's good for one of those rounds, it feels, in every single map.
Yeah, and again, with a lot of plays like that, it's slightly, I think, assisted by the fact that NaVi were, losing their minds a little bit in that round. But that does often happen when you have, big clutches like that. 6-3. What a strange twist. Frozen getting caught at a very awkward position. The grenade to follow it up. Oh, I can't believe it. He actually doesn't get the kill there. Boomage takes a little bit, but Electronic could have been gone, I think.
Oh, Simple in mid, takes the shot. Chris just barely dodges it. There is support for Chris J, a flashbang so the Opper can get the angle. Simple is going to toss out a smoke and not repeat that, and now the real danger is Kerrigan. Looking down the site as he pushes towards catwalk, it's Boomich, who's been on point with his AK. Actually, that's too fast for Boomich to recover from, and the elbow is showing, but it's an op. Kerrigan goes down, Woxic has to commit to one or the other. He's stuck in between long A and catwalk, and there's safety at neither.
Yeah, he's in a lot of trouble right now. He has to have a long sequence of just perfectly timed peaks here, or he's going to be dead. Flamey? Oh, wow! Well then, forget all I said. He just rolled into that fight.
Chris J's still alive, so there's still a chance. Electronic with 9 HP is going to watch the catwalk flank. 7-3, and mousesports still haven't put 2 rounds together in a row.
I'm actually so impressed that Kerrigan found that kill with the AUG.
Yeah.
Because there was like blood on the box behind him. I'm wondering if he has that clear decals bind that'll make that a little bit easier. Important tool for any new players out there. R_clear decals to get rid of any blood on the wall so that you can actually see what's going on in the game. Makes a big difference.
All the tips and tricks.
All the tips and tricks. You can bind it with something else, so every time you jump, you clear the decals if you want to. Although sometimes it can be really beneficial to have them, so you don't always want to do it. If you want to know if you hit someone with a wall bang, if you clear the decals, you won't know. Just pointing this out. Any of this news to you, Jason?
No, I have all this. Although I do not use a clear decals bind.
What do you do then? Just have it in the console?
No, I don't use it in the console. I don't use it at all. I want to play the game in its natural state. I want to see all the blood.
Okay, well, fair enough. You want to have less of an advantage? I guess that's honorable in some
weird
stupid way.
Yeah, well, there's reasons why I'm not a professional player anymore, Anders.
Oh, it's only because they haven't brought the CPL back, isn't it? If they did that, you'd be there.
No, I wouldn't. They don't pay.
That's a strong point.
It's a very good point, yeah.
Who would be your... it could be you, it could be Henry. I could come up with the strategies for the team. I'd happily do that.
You'd be the analyst. Oh, nice shot from Simple through the smoke as well. That's got a sting for Chris J. Electronic has made it out. Oh, there's a preemptive Molotov there. Good job from Frozen, but again, the risk just not worth it. There's no reward, and Woxic has to stick around. Flashbang's coming out. He's blinded by so many. He still managed it very well. Can he add a third kill? Creeping to the corner, trying to bait out the shot, and Simple's too fast.
What a tall order for Woxic. I don't know how he's meant to do more than he already did there. Great double kill for him, but it just wasn't enough. Now it's Robson at 1 versus 3, and NaVi about to add an 8th round to the board. They're doing a really, really good job. But I like what I was seeing out of Woxic there, but he was getting, you know, jump baited into that shot and then crouching into the fight was Simple as well.
Yeah, it's just a good way to show off, again, that weird situation where even with all that success from Woxic, you still can't hold on to long. It's still just even a preemptive Molotov towards Bluebin. So many good things happened for mousesports that long fight, and it didn't help them win the situation in any way. 3 kills for Simple so far. Robson a 1 versus 2. It doesn't look like he's going to go for it. Might want to try and pick off Simple on the exit, but now that he's been spotted, he wants nothing to do with anything here.
Wants to take the aim battle though, maybe just trying to hone that in. I'm kind of shocked that he's still sticking around. I mean, they're really far behind at this point in time here, mousesports, but the AK-47 is actually the best weapon they'll have in the next round, which incidentally will also be the last one of the half.
Yeah, at that point, when their economy is so strong and yours is so weak, like that, even if he gets that kill, even if he gets both of those kills, it really wouldn't matter. I guess the best case scenario is killing Simple with the AWP and maybe the AWP blows towards him when the bomb goes off, but that was always a pipe dream. 8-3 in the favor of NaVi, and mousesports is fighting with scraps.
Yeah, they really are. One guy in the B bomb site, 4 out long. They have that AK-47 and really not that much else to work with. Pretty good Molotov to force Perfecto forward. Oh, but everyone is flashed. It doesn't matter. Frozen still able to pick him off, and that's a nicely won fight. But look at the adjustment and the instant reaction coming out here from NaVi, trying to see if they can split that bomb site. They take down Robs inside of B, and yeah, they're in a lot of trouble here, mousesports, even though they got the early kill.
Yeah, I mean, it's the other side of the coin, right? Even when mousesports do win the fight, NaVi gets the information of how many bodies are at long, and they just bull rush into the B bomb site where there's no support for the defender. And now they have this awkward situation with Electronic on Catwalk. They have to clear him out somehow, but they don't have the time to go hunt him down. So he is just going to be a nuisance. And you can see what it does to the mindset. That's a nice boost. Good double kill for Simple at the end. 9-3 first half.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, there was so much going on in that round, but apart from the amazing boost at the end there, you're right. Electronic in the middle of the map. It's already not easy retaking B, but having to do it when someone's shooting you in the back is definitely playing on hard mode. Nobody wants that. Yeah,
it's just like his position, he's just always in the back of your mind, so you never really can commit to the fights forward, right? You can't really commit to the B retake because you know at any point Electronic can either drop off Catwalk and come out those double doors, so I don't know. It's just that's a nearly impossible situation for mousesports to handle. What a great half though from NaVi. They had like 3 stumbling blocks. There's 3 rounds that mousesports won, but the fact that mousesports is never able to win 2 in a row just meant their economy was always just in a very weird place.
Well, look, it's Simple. Top of the scoreboard with 13-7. That's a remarkable lead. Kerrigan is at the bottom of the server with 3 kills and 12 deaths. That's a bit of a change from the first map. That's going to have to change.
Yeah, well, remember on the first map as well, his impact was mostly felt, and some of those kills he racked up was mostly on the T side, at least for me, it feels like, looking back. A lot of those entries provided at the A bomb site early on in the half on Mirage. So you'd hope he can do something similar here, calling, leading from the front, and maybe providing some entries for his team. But unfortunately, not only do they have like those quiet performances like they did on Mirage, but they also don't have Kerrigan, as you mentioned, and Rops also on Mirage was going off. They don't have those players to kind of hide the deficiencies.
They don't have a lot of space to turn this around, but if they can win the pistol, it would make a bit of a difference at least. Flamey sat just staring into the distance, off of the horizon while people are shooting at him. Perfecto, though, doing a lot to bring it back. Big double kill coming through as they try and cross over that door into the bomb site. And now can they actually get the bomb plant down here, mousesports? They've done the first part of the job, but they're not through yet. And there's a double HE. Oh, could they time it against this bomb plant? There's the tap. No grenades thrown yet. They're thinking about it. And those grenades... Oh, the second one will work. Amazing stuff.
Oh my god, this is incredible. That's actually such a cool plan from NaVi. One nade went to the default plant spot, the other went to that double stack, and Simple spamming through the smoke does the damage for the nades to clean it up. 10-3. This is some spectacular gameplay.
It is. I mean, they're already winning, but they're even pulling out stuff like that.
There was one mistake in the first round from NaVi, and that's Perfecto's flashbang. I don't think went nearly as far as Flamey would have liked. I think he was entirely blinded by his own teammate's flashbang. But,
Yeah.
I mean, Perfecto made up for it with a double kill, so, you know, what can you do?
He did, but it did look funny when he was just sort of like sat there looking for a minute. That it did amuse me. I also wasn't the one experiencing it, so.
Yeah, it's different on the other side. Out mid we go. Kerrigan with the deagle. He's been spotted already at car, and Perfecto, he's going to get a flashbang from his teammate. This time it's Flamey, and Flamey's is perfect. And there's Simple on the flank off Catwalk. He's going to dispatch with 2. Killed through the door, but it's just Frozen left. 1 versus 4. Nice shot on a Perfecto. Immediately traded, and NaVi holds strong.
I actually liked the speed in that round coming out from mousesports, but once they got flashed, you know, and Perfecto went for the swing, even if he didn't get the kills, they just slowed down. And then they got shot at the back, then they got shot from CT spawn. So that moment of slowdown was pretty detrimental to the mousesports team. Nobody on the mousesports side has broken into double digits in kills. And they're also really far behind, and they're losing the match.
A whole string of issues that you've just outlined. And they've lost all 4 pistol rounds so far in this series.
Yeah, that's not good either.
We can add that one onto the end of the laundry list.
There are many issues. To pick your favorite one, type it on the chat of the things that's currently wrong with this mousesports. Performance, at least in the first 2 maps. Boomich flashed in for a fight, and again, good fundamentals coming out here from the CT side. Now they're going to be boosting up to try and catch Frozen, and he is right there, but he snuck past. Don't think Simple realizes yet. Is he going to be quick to react? He will be. That's a nice flick to take down Frozen.
Yeah, odd timing as well, especially if you're Frozen, because Chris J was just coming up the ramp. If that was a little bit later from Simple, I think that might have been traded. Chris J's alive in the site. He's looking for a boost, looking for a jump. Oh, and he takes a dink in the side of the head. Another one from Boomich, jumping as well. And Rops now has to get aggressive. Another tag. But Boomich has just done so much with this SMG. Information, 2 kills, and then he was the bait right at the end. Woxic's going to go down, and NaVi marching to a solid victory on Dust 2.
Yeah, that was incredibly well done. Just a solid lead right now. This is it's gonna be. I don't know. I mean, there's nothing they could do, is there? 12-3. They're so far behind right now, mousesports, and NaVi just look like they are. I don't know. They're done with it. They want to play new right away. That I believe they say.
No, they want to donate quicker. They want to get to the end so they can give the money away.
That is a good point. We still don't know which charity they've picked, so we'll get confirmation of that later. And obviously, mousesports get to pick one as well. So, in that sense, everyone is a winner, which is kind of cool.
Yeah.
Oh, electronic shot to the face. Good return.
Oh, I like this. I like this from Chris J. Press the issue. Gets nothing, spots a couple, but hasn't been able to find the kill. Boomich is crucially going to hold on to long, and this is such a powerful retake position as well to add on. It eliminates the ability to play on the ramp if you're Chris J. Oh, he's lucky to be alive still. Oh, and this is a shot that he wants. This is a fight that Boomich wants. He can just crouch and hide for as long as he wants if he needed.
Yeah, that's going to put an end to Chris, and that means only 2 people left here. Oh, nice spray down. Woxic with a big double. And he's still alive here. He needs to find the next 2 to find the quad and also the clutch. And I don't know, Simple, he's solo on health. He almost just has to go for it, swing for it, and they'll take him down. And on the other side, Boomich is there with the defuse, and that will be 13 rounds and a win on Dust 2 for NaVi.
Yeah, that's beautiful. What a well-played game from start to finish. Even that clutch, Simple just waiting for Boomich to get into the site so that he could take the attention away. Well done. Dominant victory, and we are back, I believe, with Frankie.
We are indeed, and Mouse, they just took a massive Russian slap to the face.
Oh, that's a callback. Well done.
Thank you very much. I used to work in comedy, don't you know, but not as an actual comedian because I'm not funny and God knows how I got this job. So NaVi there, showing much more variety, I feel, than we've seen from them this year on Dust 2, taking Mouse certainly by surprise. Is there anything Mouse could have done better? I think you probably have things to say about that, Moses.
Anders, take it away. I think Anders has the whole list written down.
Oh man, I don't want to read.
Maybe it's easier to say what they did well.
They managed to dispose of all the guns they didn't want in a lot of the rounds. They just threw them away. Didn't need them. I think that was good on Mouse.
I think that was the weird one for both of us. I hadn't really even thought about it just yet. But what was that fourth round in the first half when they went for that retake, or the third round, whatever it was.
Yeah.
And they had money issues, it felt like, for the rest of the half on the CT side, and it feels like a lot of that stems from an ill-advised retake. So that one, that was. Let's just focus on that as one thing they can do better in the next map, is economy management.
Oh, I was really, really happy to see that team play from NaVi. Obviously, it wasn't just a simple show. Boomich has had moments. In fact, everyone seemingly had their moments too. But will they have moments on our next map, Nuke? We're going to find out shortly. But before we do, we're going to find out more about how Gamers Without Borders was organised. I'm very honoured right now to be speaking to His Royal Highness Prince Faisal bin Bandar bin Sultan Al Saud. He is the president of the Saudi Arabian Federation for Electronic and Intellectual Sports, or SAFIS for short. Prince Faisal, thank you so much, first of all, for joining us. And second of all, may I ask, how has quarantine been for you and your family?
Well, first, I'd like to say it's an absolute pleasure to be on here with you. Thank you for everything you're doing with us and everything that ESL is doing. Quarantine has been interesting. It's a lot more family time. We've had a few stints of cabin fever, but we've gotten through that as a family. Much like most people in the world, we've spent a lot of time trying to learn how to cook and getting better and better every day. But no, it's not been too bad at all.
Well, tell me more about SAFIS. What is the Saudi Arabian Federation for Electronic and Intellectual Sports, and how did it actually come to be in the first place?
Well, we were created in 2017 under the umbrella of the National Olympic Committee. So we're formally recognized by the Ministry of Sport and the National Olympic Committee. We are what would be traditionally called mousesports. But chess, which is a big part of traditional mind sports, is its own federation. So that's why we're intellectual sports. With chess, we become mind sports and esports. We have three main focuses. Our main focus is the elite player. But to serve them to the best of our capability, I also have two alternative focuses that we work on. One is the grassroots level, where we work on schooling, education, teaching kids what it means to be a professional player. You know, it's no longer the old paradigm of, kids in a basement with 3 TVs, no sun, no friends, like I was when I was a kid. It's now, it really is a true sport. These guys are true athletes. These men and women who are playing now are true athletes, and we have to teach the next generation that. It's not just about how good you are as a gamer, about your physical health, your mental health, your social health, you as a complete human being. And then we focus on the other end of the spectrum, which is the end of life for a player. So after they're done being a professional player, which in this industry is an absurdly young age, giving them options for what to do with that next part of their lives, whether they want to carry on in the industry, in the many different aspects of esports, whether they want to carry on in the gaming industry, or helping them find a career outside if that's what they want to do.
How has COVID-19 impacted the work that you're doing with SAFIS?
On one side, it's made things, as with everything, a little bit more complicated. It's, trying to get in touch with everyone online, trying to make sure everyone's on the same page is a challenge. But it's also been very exciting because, this is a time when everyone's at home, people are gaming more regularly. There's a lot more work for us to do. This event, this great event that we're doing, Gamers Without Borders is just one of the many events we're doing. This is very unique in that this really has grown into a worldwide phenomenon, which is what the aim was from the beginning. We always said from the very beginning when we launched this that we wanted to start this in Saudi. But this is not a Saudi initiative. This is a worldwide initiative. Every single person that has been a part of this has ownership in this. This is everyone. This is all the gamers of the world coming together, and it's not just a Saudi event. And it's really what it was meant to be, which is very exciting. But we also have some other events. We have one with the Sports for All Federation here, which is like mass participation, called Move to Game, where people are logging steps and moving around. And we've logged in almost 3 weeks over 1 billion steps in Saudi, which is impressive during a quarantine. Among many other things that we're doing locally and regionally. So from a work side, it's both been very exciting and a little bit challenging.
So what inspired the Gamers Without Borders initiative in the first place? Because the clue's in the name. It's an international effort over several weeks. It's a huge project, and it's brought together so quickly. It's really impressive.
Well, we were working on a number of different initiatives here before the COVID-19 outbreak. And when it happened and everything was delayed, rightly so, we decided rather than to take all of our efforts and all the work we had done and just delay everything, how do we use everything that we've done and everything that we've built? And what I had noticed, and not just me, I mean, this was a team effort. My team here, a number of people around the world that I speak to, from Nicholas Koo in Singapore to, a lot of people around the world. We all noticed that there was events happening during this COVID quarantine in different areas around the world, but no one really trying to bring everyone together. So we had a few conversations, and it says a lot about the community of gamers around the world that as soon as the conversation was had, everyone came together, everyone wanted to be a part of it, and everyone wanted to move quickly. I mean, from the moment we started talking about it till we launched was about 2 weeks. And it's a testament not to us in Saudi, but to the international group of gamers everywhere, how much they wanted to do, how much good they wanted to do. And it's one of the things I've always loved about esports and gaming is the reason it's such a close-knit community is it doesn't matter who you are, where you are, not your gender, your race, your religion, all of that gets put aside. Your first introduction to people is through their skill level in the game. And it's unique in that sense. And you get to build that respect across everything else. I mean, it really is its own language. Sports in and of itself is its own language, but esports specifically. And it brings people together in a way that few other things can. And this event is one of those things that just proves the strength of this community.
So how has the response from the gaming community impacted you and the Safest organization? What's your reaction been to the response?
Oh, I mean, we are truly lucky and honored to be a part of this community. I mean, I was a gamer before I was president of the federation. It's still a bit strange to have to put on the professional hat when it comes to gaming. Although it does give me an excuse. When I go home now and my wife sees me playing games, she says, why are you still playing? I said, no, I'm working. This is research, part of my job. But no, it's been absolutely heartwarming, an absolute pleasure and honor to have a chance to be a part of this community and be a part of this community coming together.
So what to you are the most interesting achievements of Gamers Without Borders so far?
I mean, everyone looks at the big number, which is the money that's been donated. Over $6 million donated so far, $10 million over the course of the tournament. But for me, what's been really interesting is the diversity of people who have been entering the competition. I mean, professional teams from over 40 countries, streamers from over 100 countries, community gamers from over 72 countries. Our learning aspect, the academy, the hackathons, the webinars. We've had people participating from over 80 different nationalities. I mean, it truly is showing the power of the global community of gamers. And it's, when given the opportunity, they will come together. I just wish there was more opportunities, and I look forward to more opportunities happening in the future.
So, Prince Faisal, I need to get your advice then for people watching this around the world. What would you suggest they do to get through the pandemic safely and also help to protect others as well?
Well, I mean, first and foremost, they're the people who are putting the information out there, the rules, the regulations, whether it be your local authority, the WHO. Listen to what's being said. Listen to the science. These aren't being said just to put a downer on your day or to make you stay at home. Everything is being said and done for a reason. I am not a doctor. I don't have any medical experience other than sports injuries, but I'm not going to go into that now. So just make sure to cut through the chaff and listen to the science and do what you feel is right for you, not just for you, but also for your community. People forget, what you do affects others, whether you mean to or not. So just, be cognizant of that. And one of the things that we wanted to do with this initiative is just because you have to be at home, just because you're in a quarantine, doesn't mean you can't enjoy yourself. Doesn't mean you can't have a little fun. At the end of the day, no matter what we're doing in gaming, it's about having fun. Take the time, enjoy yourself, have a laugh, get on the phone to your friends, and enjoy yourself. That's what stops you from going crazy.
Sorry to interrupt you, but I'm desperate to know. I know you've been watching the elite tournaments. Has there been a favourite esports title for you so far, or a favourite moment?
There was, during the Dota tournament, a slip of the tongue, which I thought was very funny. I'm sure people will look that up later. I'm not going to go into any details, but I thought that was hilarious. I've really enjoyed all the tournaments. I'm not as familiar with all the games, so I've enjoyed getting to understand most of them. On the community side, I have tried to participate in a few and realized my limitations very quickly. So we're not going to go into what I've played.
I think that's fair enough. Now, before I let you go, is there anything you would like to say to the worldwide gaming community as they have been coming together to fight COVID-19?
I just want to say thank you. Thank you for everything you're doing, not just with this initiative, but every initiative that's happening around the world. You guys are the real stars. We're happy and proud to be a part of this. This is your initiative, and thank you for letting us be a part of this, and thank you for everything you're doing. And thank you, Frankie. You've been great, not just in this interview, but I've been watching a lot of your interviews, and you've been absolutely brilliant. So thank you as well.
Oh, well, thank you so much. There's a whole team from week to week in terms of online broadcast talent, and of course the guys, as you mentioned earlier, from ESL, who have all been working tirelessly to make this happen. So thank you for letting me be a part of this. And yeah, thank you so much to you and to Safers for all their hard work for making this happen. And thank you for talking to me today.
It's been a pleasure. Thank you very much.
Well, many thanks to His Royal Highness Prince Faisal bin Bandar for that interview and telling us all about how Safe has put together Gamers Without Borders. Now, this could be a very quick final because it's a best of 5. It's MR13 and NaVi are looking in top form at the moment, having taken the first 2 maps, Mirage and Dust 2. And we're about to go to Nuke, which is a map that both of these teams would pick in a typical best of 3. And both of these teams have a pretty even win rate on as well. And as I know you didn't really want to be harsh and read your whole list of things that Mouse need to fix. So what is one thing you want them to do better on Nuke in order to take this to a 4th map?
Get kills. Jason?
Thanks for that. Yeah, get kills is a very good start. I think on top of that, you might want to add in they need to get their money underneath them much earlier on. It'd be great if they could win a pistol. They've lost all 4 pistols in this series so far, and again in an MR12 format, like that's just like a death knell. If you can't win pistols in MR12, you're going to be in for a really bad time. And I think that more than anything is what we're seeing most of all out of mousesports.
Yeah, they literally haven't won a single pistol so far of 4. 0 of 4 pistols won. And on Mirage, they looked like they were going for the saves quite often. Is that actually a viable strategy in MR13, Jason?
I mean, it's fine. It's just more than anything, I don't think we've seen them on their CT sides get their money really settled in any kind of a way. And then we go into this map on Nuke, and you're on the T side that you're starting with. So not only are you losing pistols, but you're starting on what could be a very difficult side. If NaVi get their money going off of winning a 5th pistol round in this, then you have to play every single round against the Molotovs, the nades. So this could be a big test. I think mousesports must win this first pistol round.
Well, let's see if mousesports can make bank. It's time to go to Nuke.
Yeah, this is, I mean, you're absolutely right as well. It's not even just, I mean, one thing is saving, but the problem is also if you don't at least save some of the rifles in rounds that you absolutely cannot win, then it's a lot of trouble. So, yeah, thanks, Frankie, once again. And we'll get into the game right now. NaVi and mousesports, and it's mousesports starting on the T side. They have a smoke and actually 2 smokes and a Molotov, and they're rushing the ramp, and all the bullets are being missed by Flamey. He's got maybe 2 more seconds to live, and maybe not even that. He's done.
Yeah, but they've been able to recover these situations previously. And Simple's already made his way downstairs. He's got a teammate over towards the windows as well. Electronic is now down. The CZ in this position can be so deadly. None of them are dropping. Simple knows everything. Electronic's going to hide into the corner. Simple's going to put a stop to the plant, and Electronic pounces as well. Now he can spin back around. One more headshot for Simple.
He's down to 1 health, but somehow still alive, and he's going to get another one, taking down Chris. What a magnificent triple quad at the end on a single point of health. What a god.
We can add that to the list. Add clearing corners. I admire... I don't even mind. It's like a clever twist on the strategy for mousesports to get into that lower bomb site and attack control room and at least clear out that part of the map so you can have it for a post plant. But if you're going to send the bomb planter in alone and do that strategy, it's just a recipe. Like everything is primed for a disaster. Nobody clears dark, and Simple just has a field day.
And it's not like they even rushed the ramp so fast that, you know, that no one could have made it there. They killed Flamey on ramp, and they waited like another 10 seconds, and they went. So, yeah, it is kind of
it's a miscue.
Yeah, just a bit. Well, that was an amazing round to begin with. Now they're running for the smoke into the sewing machine of Boomich, and he will get all 4 kills. That feels great if you're Boomich.
Yeah, there's all that practice and hard work of the SMG coming into play. He's so rich. He's already up at like 5K before he bought some utility. So,
Rich.
Oh yeah, rich already. Mousesports have a lot of money to burn through, and that was one of like our keys coming into this. Outside of your kill more opponents, the other one was get your money settled, and that's going to be a very hard thing to do against the cash flow of NaVi.
Third round coming in, and it's all AKs versus the 3 MP9s that could work out, although you're going to have to get somewhat close to those MP9s on Nuke. So, I mean, it still should favor mousesports, I think, in terms of the weaponry, but probably a risk that NaVi are happy to take, and there's a FAMAS instead, winning the fight against Kerrigan.
Yeah, it's a good find, though, on the Simple. That's a nice pick, and now, I mean, the arsenal of NaVi is a bit weaker. 3 SMGs and 1 FAMAS. Oh, what a timing for Chris J. He couldn't complete any of it. They saw both players, and again, the SMG delivers a dink. Mousesports finally have cracked into this upper bomb site, but Flamey is rotating up the ladder. Rops is there, gives away his position. This is going to be a tough retake.
Yeah, but Boomich is walking in. He does have an HE grenade. I don't know if he could find Woxic. He's low on health, but if you get the first kill, maybe the grenade will get him the second one. The smoke, though, is going to make it very hard for him to work together with Flamey. Yeah, the grenade is not going to be catching Woxic. It just falls way in the corner. So I don't know about this. He's picked up an AK-47, but they're just going to back on out. They don't want to try and do this.
I like this call. I was about to say something crazy, but maybe you don't even go for this and just sit outside of midi and just go for a couple kills right at the end. One is going to wrap through. That's Boomich going towards T-spawn to put a stop to the exits. Any weapon they can take away. Keep the money low of mousesports because they are so flush with cash. This would provide such an economic benefit to them.
Man, that was I mean, that almost spun out of control when Chris didn't get those kills, but in all honesty, he could have had both of them, and that would have won the round immediately.
There was a timing, because I think they were turning to boost someone up into the rafters. If, like, maybe that peak was a half second or 1 second later, that would have been the disaster.
Yeah. Wow, well, that is... I don't know. That's a big turnaround here for Mouse. If you're not going to win the pistol round, if you could at least win the third round, and hopefully even the next one to stop NaVi from having any kind of an economy, then you're kind of right back on track.
Here we go. Door is blown open. Spam coming through. Some players outside on the Raptors. I believe that's Frozen. But a pretty quiet start to this round for mousesports outside of that. Everyone's gone silent. Simple with the AWP, forced away by the flashbang. A couple players have jumped across. Kerrigan is the first one in, so Chris might think this is clear. That's a nice late shoulder peek. Remember, Kerrigan's already close up. Simple could be in trouble, but no, he looks for it and he finds Kerrigan.
Yeah, that was pretty bold. Again, you have to remember, the further he actually leans into that deep angle to take down Kerrigan, the harder it is for him to get away if they, you know, flash him and just chase him down. So it's definitely not risk-free. Voxic setting up, could it be a smoke for Hell, actually, all the way over on the other side? We'll see where it actually lands, but yeah, good start here for NaVi with Simple finding that kill.
Late take towards Secret as well. Smoke wall, Molotov in towards the stairs. One is dropped down the vents. That's to help with the defense there. Simple looking towards the door. And Rops is in a lot of danger with this lurk.
Wow.
Okay. All right then.
Electronic having a field day outside, and Simple as well. There's no damage right now being done at all to NaVi in the round. Just mousesports members getting picked apart, and that's them not building anything on top of what they did in the last round, which is just not good.
Yeah, we haven't even really mentioned the fact that one of the big step ups we've seen from NaVi's nuke is that Electronic has been an absolute beast playing outside. Yeah. Which kind of makes sense with the rise from Katowice of watching Electronic be so good at playing inside and around smokes, and obviously outside a nuke is going to always have smoke somewhere. Electronic is just a monster to try and get by.
The mousesports, I don't know. They put in half a day's work, laying in a bit of the foundation, but then they just, they just clock out. Nothing more done. Not enough, Jason. If you want to really build something, you've got to keep going. Can't just pour in the cement and then call it a job done.
No, you got to be like the Amish.
Yeah, build the entire barn and move it somewhere.
Build the whole thing.
Well, I don't know where to go with that analogy.
I don't either. As soon as I said it, I was like, it's like you in school. I was just like, I don't actually know enough about the Amish to continue with this metaphor, but
you've made it really, really hard to continue that. Well, why don't we lay off the Amish for just a second and get back to the game here. The fifth round, we've got the Eagles, and this high grounder for Perfecto is kind of hard to deal with if you're coming through. Especially if you bunch up in there. They have no grenades or anything to set up any kind of fight. I don't know. Success of this round, I think, for mousesports looks like getting a couple of kills.
Here's what's really unfortunate to think about, too. If you go back to Dust 2, they weren't able to win 2 rounds in a row. And that still is continuing here. They just went around and it's given up immediately afterwards. There's no way they get out of this door. Boomich is up top. You want to talk about high ground on top of that hut. Now a smoke in their face. They need to make sure they actually attack something convincingly enough that they have to be killed before the round timer ends. And yeah, right at Simple. Crossfire setup. Flamey's not going to let him get close. Good headshot. He goes down, and that's just fine. Ooh, even tagged. All right.
It did no damage, but it was exciting that it could even happen. Well, Voxic firing the Deagle, but the jumping MP9 will do the trick. Actually, in some sense, mousesports are a bit like the Amish already. They've got no advanced weaponry, and they're kind of peaceful. Not really doing any kind of damage at all to anyone, so they got that going on.
You nailed it. You brought it right back. Just
needed another second.
Yeah, you had to give it some thought. I'm glad the inspiration came to you.
Excellent. That's mousesports back with weapons. I want to see them go on a streak. I want to see mousesports win 3 in a row here, just to show us they can.
Okay. Well, that's almost a decent start. Simple is very fortunate to be alive, and he wanted to probably be aggressive, but, I mean, since he's been spotted, brought down to 35 HP, just got to give it up. Still, no other action across the map afterwards to follow up on that. Kerrigan going to try coming through the smoke in towards Mini. Electronic is there, ready and waiting.
Oh, they get a kill on Simple. Nice shot from Chris. They saw that coming. That could have been a pretty beautiful lineup from Flamey if he'd have been allowed to continue, but they're still rotating very quickly down, catching them in the window. The lineup is there for Electronic. A big double, and that leaves Robson Frozen alone. Man, if they had got through the window, they might have been able to catch that fight and win it, but instead now, they're in a lot of trouble. I can't believe Electronic is still alive, and he's going to get a quad kill in the round, leaving Frozen in a 1 versus 3. How do mousesports not win this round?
Well, I think it's looking like that jump in towards control room is a stylistic thing for mousesports, where once they get down that ramp, they really prioritize jumping to the window and taking control of it, which is no surprise. But obviously, this is twice now. They've just been absolutely demolished. First by Simple in the pistol round, now by Electronic in this round. And Frozen making footsteps. They know his position, and everyone from NaVi backing off to give Electronic a chance for the ace.
Yeah, why not? Give him a chance here. Some shots being rung out. Oh, but it gets taken away. They will recover the situation just fine. But Electronic, what a monstrous performance from him early on. 10-3. And we're only now starting the 7th round.
You always have that jerk teammate who steals the ace when you have 4. This is NaVi, giving Electronic his fair chance.
Yeah, I think that's admirable.
That's some beautiful team cohesion. You were that guy, weren't you, Anders?
I don't remember. I feel like we weren't good enough to get many aces, honestly. we just didn't have that problem when I was playing in 1.3 or something. It was a big issue.
Oh no. Boomich on top of the hut. They're ready and waiting, but they're coming out the main hut entrance, and he's going to convert 2 kills. Molotov did not spread. He is so blind, but there's no one aggressing upon his position. And he is a phenomenal anchor in that upper bomb site. An immovable object, some would say. Yeah,
he's really doing a remarkable job there. 9-1 for Boomich. I can imagine a world in which I might try and negotiate. Like, if you want me to not interrupt the ace, like, what's it worth to you, Like, can we trade some skins? Maybe right now before, the round continues? Like, be quick about it if you really want it.
Okay. So you're more of, like, the blackmail kind of guy.
Yeah, I think blackmail is underrated. I think it's got a bad rep over the years, but it's pretty effective.
All right, well, fast pace for Frozen outside. Smoke wall set up early. Electronic is here again, playing inside of his smoke. I don't know if he realizes that one's already crossed, but it doesn't matter. Someone else is rotated down below already. That's going to be Boomich. He was excellent in the upper bomb site earlier. The question is, how long can Electronic stay in this smoke outside?
Well, not that long, but it doesn't matter when he gets the kill. It almost looked like Woxic was going to have the favorable position there, but somehow it doesn't work out. Boomich, I'm shocked that he's still alive. Robs was sneaking through the vent, ready to try and catch him, but Boomich, he was nearly going to get that one. Down to 5 health on Robs, man. That was close a couple of different ways.
I'm so afraid for mousesports. It almost feels like they want to readjust and attack the upper bomb site with Rops in towards vents and the presence they've made downstairs. But there's a 2-man defense here. Perfecto and Simple still in the upper bomb site. Electronic is outside. He'll have a quick rotation. That's a good find. Frozen trying to come back up, and oh no! A rare miss from Simple is an opportunity for Mouse.
First kill for Kerrigan. He was 007 before then. Perfecto going down. That's a second one for Kerrigan. I guess once it rains, it pours, something like that. Flamey now, sorry, not Flamey. Yeah, it's Flamey. 1 versus 3 now. I was going to say Electronic nearly with the chance to maybe flank them inside of Mini there, but not going to happen. And now instead, it's a 1 versus 2. But they know where he is.
Yeah, look at how low Rops is. If Kerrigan goes down, Kerrigan absolutely must stay alive, must play this perfectly. He's on for a triple kill. Flamey gonna turn that corner way too quick, and Kerrigan has all 3 kills. mousesports has a 2nd round.
Nicely done. I mean, for Kerrigan's point of view, it must feel good being 0-0-7 and then taking up, 3 kills in a round. Get back in the game like that. But again, this is where mousesports, where you say, okay, they laid in another brick into whatever house they're building, but it has to keep going. It's got to be more. A lot more, in fact. They've already lost the first 2 maps.
Yeah, this is a must-win map for mousesports if they want to continue in the grand finals. Boomich again on top of the hut. Oh, Rops! He got blind by his own flash. That's going to be frustrating. His own teammate, I believe it was. Perfecto and Boomich doing a spectacular job. And mousesports, they had the entrance, they had Rops inside of this site, and it all came crumbling down.
Oh, and they take him down. He was feeling lucky through the smoke, but took full advantage.
I can't believe we caught all of that in the POV as well. Rops just ready to blast Boomich in the back of the head and gets completely blinded.
Things are looking
grim.
Yeah, impossibly worse for mousesports. I didn't think it was possible.
They still haven't won 2 rounds in a row.
Yeah, we recommend that. It's in our guide that we're putting out.
It's going to be in your new Counter-Strike tips and tricks YouTube video by Anders B. Loom. It's, win more than 1 round in a row.
Generally, it just feels good. It looks better on the scoreboard as well if you could do it. Yeah, a lot of upsides, I'd say, to doing that.
Well, I don't know, desperation time, I guess. Even though it's 7-2, there's still 3 rounds left, and they can close this gap pretty decently, but it has to start right now. And I mean, there's no more waiting around for mousesports. Simple outside with the AWP looking for a jump. That's not coming. Frozen's going to run all the way across this wall, and surely Simple hears these footsteps. He'll definitely hear it now. Electronic at the angle. Oh, somehow the communication isn't there. I cannot believe it. Electronic is lucky to be alive about 3 times over.
Yeah, that could have gone horribly wrong. Now, over at the ramp, there's 4 people on the other side. Flamey, he's either going to get shut down with nothing, or he's going to have himself a really good day, but the damage already being up. But oh, Simple showing up in time to get a big double kill. Now, the flames will consume him, but still, that's a 2-on-3, and I don't know, that could have been so much worse if Simple hadn't shown up.
Maybe Simple didn't hear the footsteps. Maybe he was just too far away in warehouse in the garage outside. I thought for sure he would have known. At least Woxic has the bomb. That's like the bare minimum ingredients for this 1 versus 3 at the moment. Electronic is low on health. And he's got 50 seconds to play with.
How do you do this? I mean, I don't know. You have to get a little bit of a gift from NaVi. You have to find a member that you can kill for free. And it has to be right now. There's 40 seconds left. So, I mean, he's going to have to get a kill, relocate, do more. There's one of them. Electronic was low. Oh, what a headshot coming out from Woxic. This is beautiful. Needs 1 more for the quad kill and the clutch. And that would be something perfecto. He's coming in from all the way on the other side. So, Woxic actually with a very, very good chance of doing this. He's going to close the door. Oh, no, it opens again. Might have wanted to play a bit of a game. He finds him. There's the quad and the clutch. Well done.
That's so nice from Woxic. You could see, I think he saw Boomich's hip, or maybe it was the defuse kit on a shoulder peek at that corner. So when he kills that player, Electronic down below, that's a perfect reaction back to the corner for Boomich's peek. That is a spectacular 1 versus 3, but it's almost kind of sad and depressing that that's one of the ways in which mousesports is on the board, is an incredible 1 versus 3. Still, they have not found a winning recipe in this half.
Yeah, very hard to rely on that kind of thing. Robs are just running through Woxic. I think they saw that coming there, and they're going to get some great openings with nothing but pistols except for the M4 on Simple there. NaVi not looking too strong on the defense. Electronic sneaking in with the 5-7, and if he could find a gap, he could do some damage. There's 1, but there's going to have to be a lot more. There's 3 people waiting for him, and I don't think it's going to be working out this time. So mousesports, consecutive rounds.
I know. Can you believe it?
We weren't expecting it.
I mean, you might as well just round up and give them the map.
Yeah, they deserve it now, don't they?
I'm actually kind of I didn't even notice it coming, but that's a pretty aggressive loss of money for NaVi after winning 4 in a row, 5 of 6, 5 of 7. I mean, I was just surprised to see their money in this kind of a state. 4 upgraded pistols and armor and 1 M4.
Agree.
So that's a nice benefit for mousesports. If they can get up to 5 in this first half, I don't know. That would be so incredible, that considering the way it started, how dominant it was for NaVi for the first 7 rounds, this would be a great end of the half for mousesports. Still a long way to go, and obviously they're down in a pretty deep hole in this series. But
yeah, they definitely are. 7-4 at the moment, but finally winning a round consecutively here, so that's gonna help them out a bit. Simple at 12-4 and Boomic at 10-5, so they're still sort of leading the ball. Actually, that's not true. Electronic at at 14 and 7. So I guess he's way on top of everybody else at the moment. And we'll see if there's a way to get fully back into this game, mousesports. They've already lost the first 2 maps, so this is their last chance to turn this around. I think NaVi have already proven they're doing a pretty good job. Final round of the half coming into this MR12 format, and it is not looking that good for NaVi's economy once again.
No, they've got really no toys. Kerrigan and Woxic already down below. Flamey's pushed up, saw a little bit of leg. How much more can he get? Just the 1 kill, but look at the lobby crunch coming in. Boomich finds a kill, that's Rops, and Frozen cannot watch the flank. He's got the bomb, so he has to bail out and give away this ground to NaVi.
Yeah, probably a good idea that he fell back. Oh, Kerrigan goes down. No, not like this, mousesports. They had it lined up. They could have won 3 in a row, which when you say it like that is not even that impressive, but but they should have. They needed to.
But it's all they got.
It's all they got. 8-4. Heartbreaking.
That is, but I still think they did an okay enough job, provided they win the pistol in the second half. I know Chad and Henry kind of spoke about this on day 1 when they had some games they were casting. If you are at this kind of a scoreline at 8-4, 9-3, anything worse than 8-4, essentially, losing the pistol on the second half is like a death sentence. So you have to be very, very careful. And mousesports, this is just a lot of pressure put on them because it's not only losing the map, but it's also losing the grand finals.
Well, they've won no pistols yet.
I know, they're 0-5 in effort.
That's bad.
Yeah, they don't have a whole lot of positive things going for them. If you had to give the halftime speech, Anders, what would you harp on?
I would say at least Woxic is playing well, guys. So let's not let that quad kill clutch go to waste. It'd be a real shame. Something like that. I don't know. I'd have a hard time coming up with a really hype kind of speech. I wouldn't really know what to say. I feel like
you're not the speech giving kind of guy.
Not in this. I think at this point I would have turned from anger into silence at this point in the game. If I'm mousesports, I've been like, you know what? It's better if I don't say anything, guys. So count me out.
Okay, fair enough. I like it. I like the admission.
I'm watching Netflix, I think is the meme. Well, here we go. There's a flashbang from Perfecto. The Tech 9 there on Simple. I absolutely love it. Let's see what he can do. They're not even checking the bomb side. They've just sent Electronic in to kill people inside of A. And that was apparently enough. Fair play, I guess.
I feel like that build-up was so well done and then it's all just taken away from us. Rops has 11 HP. Okay, so Pistol Round goes to NaVi. 0 for 6 on the day is mousesports and pistols.
They literally exited the hut and said, well, I'm not seeing anyone, so we'll just plant the bomb. It's like, yeah, but there's still a whole bomb site to check, guys. Like, I don't know.
Listen, when everything's working for you, things just get that easy.
I guess so, yeah. So 3 maps, 6 pistol rounds, none of them won by mousesports so far. It's one of the central issues.
That's a pretty core issue. Like that's the foundational issue. That's where we would start. They have won, I think, I know they've won at least 1. I think they've won 2 second rounds. So some of that effect gets negated a little bit, but still, it doesn't matter if you win a second round, but you're not able to build upon that and string 2 or 3 rounds together. As we've said, these past 2 maps, they've only done these 2 rounds at the end of the first half together. So I mean, even winning the second round doesn't have a whole lot of impact.
I'm having a hard time making that ring really positive in my mind, Jason. That feels more sort of like like I got run over by a car, but it was near the hospital, kind of. It's like, I guess.
You did but you still got run over by the car, so cool.
Yeah, that's where I feel like mousesports are at right now.
Okay, well, NaVi has an entire upper bomb site. mousesports coming in. I imagine 1 flashbang. Rops is going to toss it in. Pop flash through the smoke. Everyone turn, and everyone jump through. But it doesn't even go in. Not even that goes well. And at least that would have helped with Flamey.
That was the best flashbang. You basically...
He's like, all right, guys, go in. I've got the perfect flash, I swear.
He was like, it's just a prank, bro.
And then... Well, someone was just like, did you throw the flash? And he's like, yeah, made it, like did it go in? And he's like, yeah, definitely, it went through. Definitely didn't bounce off a wall.
I mean, it does underline maybe one of the reasons why mousesports are in a lot of trouble here. Not gonna lie. But it did look funny. They were motivated. They trusted. They had all their trust.
That's the kind of frag highlight I want to see posted to Reddit. Those ones.
Yeah, just a lot of the ones where where people just...
Where it starts with some kind of a failure and ends in the expectable disaster.
We cue like the epic music behind it. We got the whole setup, the whole theory behind it, all laid out in front of you, and then the entire team dead.
10-4. NaVi just 3 rounds away. What if they win? I believe the prize money is what NaVi would actually. I don't even want to say in case I'm wrong. Let's not even do that. Well, 10-4.
Yes, it's a good call, Jason. Back on out of that one.
I'll get that information and we'll have it for the next round.
We'll definitely will. Oh, simple, taking down Frozen. I mean, NaVi are not playing like this is any kind of a charity, anything. We've been making that excuse for when other teams have been playing badly. We'd say, yeah, maybe they're just feeling it out or whatever. But NaVi are fully focused. Where is this level of focus when they're playing the regular games? No one knows.
Again, it just goes to show that they're the most charitable team we have out there.
That is a good point. They really want to.
And I do now have the information confirmed, and I would have been correct if I had just committed to it, but I was very worried. NaVi winning the grand finals would get $750,000 donated to a charity of their choice, and mousesports, admirable, even in losing, would get $500,000 donated to a charity of their choice.
That is pretty epic. So I'm excited to see what they're going to pick as well. 4-on-4, and this is I don't know. Again, one of the chances maybe for mousesports, if they could turn it around, everyone would be excited. We could get to see more maps played, and looks like they're going to be able to win this round. Some isolated kills. I think everyone was confused about where the enemy was in this round.
Yeah, NaVi got really spread across the map, which isn't necessarily always a bad thing, especially on Nuke. I think the verticality can make that a super confusing situation for the defenders, but obviously winning all their fights. So well done. Electronic needs to provide that opening. It's not going to happen. Double kill for Rops. He'll have a chance for 3. It's a MAC-10, and Perfecto just trying to commit to the bomb site. He is dropped. 10-5 as mousesports begin a comeback.
10-5, yeah. Wow. Chris J with 3 kills. Kerrigan with 5. Frozen with 6. You have to get all the way up to Woxic at 9 to surpass what the worst player on NaVi is at, which is Flamey at 7. That's kind of an issue when things are working out in that fashion. But mousesports, they win another round. Still the best they have on Nuke so far is 2 in a row in that first half. Let's see if they can do better.
Oh, NaVi threw 2 of the exact same smokes, and now there's a massive gap. You could drive a truck through that gap.
They just re-smoke it. They don't want to deal with the gap. I can't really blame them. Oh, Simple pushing through the smoke. That's bold, but I like it. Yeah, a truck. What kind of truck? Like an ice cream truck, Jason?
You could, yeah. You could do a Mack truck, ice cream truck, semi-truck. That gap was huge.
All right.
It's fit for all sizes of trucks, all sizes and shapes.
Well, that's very open-minded and welcoming of you, so we appreciate that. Some grenades being slowly whittled away there on the mousesports side. Not that really NaVi have much of anything themselves, so it's going to be down to the kills, I think, mostly from NaVi's point of view. Flamey going down. That's Woxic finding 1 kill. He's sneaking up, and he could have almost had that. Would have been a great kill on Boomich, but Simple finds him. I still think they know what's coming. That flashbang, I'm sure that mousesports know what's happening here.
Yeah, I mean, mousesports knows they've already pushed and cleared out lobby. So, I mean, it's a really awkward situation for NaVi to kind of find what the winning recipe is, considering the fact that mousesports on defense no longer have to worry about a hit from that T-side lobby. They don't have to worry about Squeaky Door, don't have to worry about Hut. In fact, they're in those areas. So for NaVi, it's a take of the bomb site that is from an angle you're probably not used to, and there's a defender down low. 15 seconds on the clock, and NaVi still have yet to commit.
Well, I mean, they're running out of time so incredibly quickly. Simple down here, trying to check everything out. But Perfecto, he's coming with the bomb inside of the A-bomb site, running it through. Nope. Simple cleaning up 1, 3 seconds left. And, I mean, they did everything except plant the bomb, which is essential.
They were faking down below, and it caused the rotations. It just wasn't quick enough. I mean, I think they started entering. They got that kill on Chris J at the upper bomb site with about 8 seconds left, and the bomb was still in mini. So, I mean, they're just not able to get there in time. It was just entering mini. So it was almost the perfect call. Just as we know with NaVi, they've done this so many times over the years. It's the right call. They just make it like maybe 5 seconds too late.
Yeah, and as with a lot of things, right, timing does matter in the end. It turns out. Woxic holding that angle with the AWP out there. The smoke right next to him, so he couldn't really see anything there from Electronic sneaking past. NaVi still have some money, but again, almost no grenades. Actually, a shocking lack of grenades in this round.
Yeah, the lack of bonus money really hurt them and what they could bring forward in this round. So you're going to have to rely on guys like Electronic, guys like Simple to win some of the duels. Tough part is you don't want to turn the corner and duel against Woxic with that AWP.
One of the two smokes they had used that side for mini there. Perfecto looking to see if he can make an entry. The bomb is dropped in lobby at the moment. Still more than a minute left. There's Woxic, definitely spotting it out. And he's got some backup in there as well. Bit of an off angle for Robs, and they don't even check it. Perfecto is so zoned in on that. Bit of a swing as Simple will revenge the kill.
And this is a distraction in itself. This is perfect. He can even hear the footsteps in the upper bomb site. Chris J, just like last round, going to push in towards lobby. See what he can find. There's a lot of time. 40 seconds on the clock. And again, NaVi's slow playing this. Woxic's going to be able to get that pick. Chris J needs to hold on to Hunt. That's the last element of danger. A second player coming in now. It's Woxic, and he's going to peek. He's going to hear them going back towards ramp room.
Yeah, Frozen there to try and catch him. A nice mid-air kill. He tries to continue the spray, but it's Boomich now with low health in 20 seconds. And I don't know. There was a definite chance here for NaVi. Not so sure that's the case anymore. Woxic will find a double kill, and there'll be another round for mousesports. They have won 3 in a row, Jason.
Yeah, they've finally done it. That's the new record for
Nobody thought
mousesports.
it possible.
Nobody thought it was possible, but again, they've proven all the haters incorrect. They can indeed win 3 rounds in a row. Congratulations to Mousesport. They still have 6 rounds to go to take this map and continue these grand finals on to the next map, which would be Train.
It would be Train, yeah. Let's do it. I mean, they've once they get to 3 rounds, surely the sky is the limit. And now NaVi's economy is also, continuously broken. So lots of opportunity, I would say, right now for the Mousesport side to start to bring it back. It's not done yet. It's just felt like it for a little bit. Ooh. Smooth handling of the situation here from Robs. Not that worried about anything.
Well, the nice thing is now we get a test for NaVi in a situation where you hadn't seen them tested in the first half of Nuke. We didn't see them tested at all on Dust 2, but they've got to find a way to grind back some rounds on this T side. They still need 3 to win this map, to win these grand finals. This is disgusting. Good shots from Simple, but one more wrapping behind him that he has no idea about. Still, Kerrigan is just playing the bait, and Simple's bought it. Hook, line, and sinker. Didn't even need the flank to come into play.
But that was, wow, yeah, that looked like it was going to be a pretty cool highlight reel. 8-10. Do they have some kind of cool trick, something here up their sleeve that they can use? They just need 3 more rounds now to bring it through. But the problem is now as well, I mean, Mousesports economy, it's not that great actually at the moment, but Robson and Christie are building a little bit. If they can start to build a really good bank behind this, then I think Mousesports will be feeling so much safer. Oh, wow, Robs. He just pushed through, and he's going to get the kill on Perfecto. That is very bold.
Yeah, and I think just Perfecto never expected that peak. He had to have heard the push, but certainly just never expects anyone to swing quite like that. Chris J close up with an SMG, but Simple is looking for a push here in Hut. It's happened twice already in this half. And they're quiet. No one's pressuring outside. Just now, Simple and Boomich rotating back to throw some smokes for Electronic.
Yeah, it's going to be the really forward wall there, blocking out at least a little bit of the garage, but not all of it. Definitely a clear view here for Frozen. Is he going to be able to see him? Electronic walking right through, and he's surely going to be dead. Yeah, there's a nice flash in from Woxic. to pick up that kill. But Kerrigan also went down. It's still a 4-on-3, and NaVi have time still to find another kill to try and equalize here.
Yeah, they're just trying, between Electronic and Flamey, they're trying to use all this as a distraction to get people into positions to make a play. Now 2 players going to head down ramp. Flamey as well probably has to commit to this, but what a great flank from Chris J. Immediate headshot and evacuates the premises. Rops is up next. And this is such a hard angle for Boomich to clear, but he's going to do it anyways. A hard clear at that.
Well, look at Flamey holding the ladder. If anyone actually tries to go down, this could be really interesting. Bit of a grenade just to try and see if they could maybe distract him a little bit, but they have to rotate the long way around. There are no more grenades left on the NaVi side, so they're going to have to do this clean with just kills, but they've got a great crossfire setup. My God, this could absolutely be devastating. Let's see how quick they are to react. There's the top of the head showing a little bit of a distraction. There's Flamey now coming into play, and this is just a great setup for NaVi in the 2-on-3. They're low on health, but how is Frozen going to do this? He's got no grenades to get rid of them. He's out in the open. He's going to get the 1 kill and almost catches Boomich. That is so close, but I think he knows how much trouble he's in, and he's going to have to back on out. An 11th round for NaVi.
What a great round. NaVi never gave up on that one. They kept trying new things, putting Flamey in position to pounce over towards Vents. They had Electronic trying to make a play outside, and no matter how many players they got whittled down, they were still in that. I cannot believe, and you could see a little bit of hesitance in mousesports. They just really didn't want to deal with Flamey and Vents. They knew that eventually they would have to, but they do not want to drop down that ladder.
Yeah, it's hard to blame them, isn't it? I mean, we've seen how badly that can go. If you just get shot in the knees as you're coming down, even if more people follow you, it's not really going to work out.
No, but I think also there were a couple situations, and obviously this is a bit nitpicky and critical, but I just felt like they didn't press some of the advantages that they found themselves in. Like Chris J with that flank, it's the 1 kill and backs off, and well, I mean that is like the proper fundamental call. You know, if you're down this much and making a comeback, it feels like you have to take those advantages when they're presented to you.
Yeah, because it definitely did leave Robs on his own. And I kind of agree, man. That should have been really difficult for Boomich to clear. I'm shocked that he did it, but...
he cleared it so hard. They had to have had intel. They had to have heard a footstep at some point or something.
Yeah, it was pretty damn impressive, so... Really well done, and now let's see. And they find the rhythm once again here, NaVi. They themselves, I mean, they've won the first 2 rounds of this half behind the pistol, then they've won this last round, but that's it. Otherwise, it's been a little bit mute. And look at the aggression. Robs is done with it. He's just tired of it. Keeps pushing, keeps fighting, and that might have been almost a bit too much. I do actually like it, but...
Yeah, I mean, that's a very cool call with the lobby crunch. Listen, it worked. Regardless of what you think of him pushing a little bit more, they have a 1-man advantage. They've done it. That push has given them exactly what it's designed for. Now they just have to win the late round scenario. 2 versus 3, both Simple and Electronic in the smoke over by the vents. And as it clears, there's a footstep down into the vents. Simple's waiting for a reaction that does not come. They'll at least get the bomb planted and look at all the utility they have for the post plant.
Yeah, once again, I mean, they just won a 2-on-3 last time. Pretty much in similar positions here. Let's see if they can do it. This time they have a lot more grenades, though, on the NaVi side, so that could really work out for them. Molotov on the one side, and we'll see how quick they are to get this bomb down. mousesports aren't even moving, which is kind of shocking. Once those windows break, surely...
It's kind of great. All the utility's been used by NaVi, and no one from mousesports was there. They don't have it for the post plant now, and here comes the retake. Simple stuck out in the open. They might have burned a little bit too much time, but Electronic has a chance. Woxic with the peek with the AWP. Electronic's not looking, and there's the kill. He would have had Frozen, but no time for the second.
Wow. Yeah, you're right. They did use all of those grenades. And this time, mousesports not going to fall to the 2-on-3, which again, I mean, that would have been a heartbreaking way to maybe end up losing the match. Not so. And now it's 11-9. Robs with 17 kills. He's made a huge comeback. Civil Electronic tied for the lead at 21 kills each. And I don't know, mousesports, they could really do it now. They could absolutely make it back. It's getting to that point in the game. NaVi's economy, well, we've got a lot of Tech 9s. This is the big test, isn't it? I've been raving about the Tech 9 for a little bit. I feel like we haven't seen it nearly enough.
Yeah, this has been your, you've chosen this hill to die on. The Tech 9 meta coming back. Here we go. Off-Meister, Boost-Meister, Tech 9-Meister. Here we are, into the bomb site. Everyone's blind. There's flames everywhere. There's smokes. Everyone's confused. And NaVi starting to crack in. Rops is going to grab one from on top. and into a 2-on-2 again.
Oh, Voxic dropping down and losing a little bit of health for it. They have that AK on Simple, but could Flamey find another gun? That would probably be really helpful. They're going to go for a bomb plant towards the main part of the map here, or the main part of the bomb site. Oh, and the grenade! Throwing it out, and it's not going to matter at all. Frozen, not even smoked off at all, and he's going to get a double kill and another round here. Expensive one for mousesports, but it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter at all. I think Flamey got baited into that peak because the smoke actually hits Frozen.
Yeah.
11-10. It's narrowed. A one-round lead, and mousesports defense looking good. T-side for NaVi, still a bit discombobulated, but at least the positive thing, the biggest positive for NaVi's T-side over mousesports is at least NaVi is finding themselves in these like 2-on-2 late round situations, right? You expect if you get enough of those, one is going to go your way. Mousesports wasn't even really getting to those scenarios in the first half.
Well, 22nd round. Maybe mousesports can make the full comeback and actually really make this work, although NaVi have a pretty good buy going into this round, and there is some questionable weapons on the mousesports side. I mean, they did end up in a 2-on-2, but they had a pistol and an MP7 here on Chris, so we'll see what happens. That could be a dangerous time to run out of cash here for mousesports.
Just look at how aggressive mousesports is being. It feels like the leash has been taken off. They're given free reign to do anything they want. We had a push at Ramp Room. We had the follow-up as well from Frozen after the death of Rops. And NaVi's going away from lobby, pushing down towards Secret. There is still just one player, Flamey, to guard towards the lobby push.
Yeah, and I mean, can you blame NaVi for trying to go for this B-bomb side again? They've been close a couple of times in 2-on-3s, so if they feel like they have a lead in this round, well, why not just try and get that bomb down and see if you could stop mousesports from being that successful in the retake. Oh, what a nice drive-by. He's so disgustingly good with this weapon, and then Woxic to take down Flamey. The Molotov is going to force Chris out, and he still wins the fight. I can't even really explain that. Simple is going to go down, and that is another round, tied up at 11-11. What's going on?
Chris Shea is so well-versed in that timing, that little jump peek in the doorway, and then the booking it into the back of the bomb site. He knows that he can beat the player there. You know who didn't know it is Boomich.
Yeah, it's remarkable, isn't it? Well, this is, I mean, there's another 3 rounds in a row here. And they had 4 in a row just earlier. So mousesports absolutely coming alive. Voxic and Robs leading the charge with Frozen not that far behind.
And this time there's no plant in this round for NaVi, so they don't get that extra $100 that would have given them another solid buy with the full losing bonus being in their favor. So NaVi have a decision to make. 4,800 on Boomich, 4,300 on Perfecto, but it's the other guys who would be hindered if they pushed forward with a buy.
Surely they want to do it. Really been a downward trend for the NaVi team here in the second half, because it was looking so good in the beginning of this nuke map. In fact, it looked like it was going to be all over.
Yeah, especially when they won the pistol round. That was the one where it was like, oh, great, NaVi can just close this out nice and quick. I mean, fair play to mousesports. This is a phenomenal CT half that they're playing with, especially being forced to win 2 very important clutches.
It would be really painful if mousesports were to lose this round to Deagle and Tech9s. That would really suck, but not happened yet. Deep Molotov into that back corner will force Frozen out. Actually, he's taken so much. What? Why is he burning alive for no reason?
I guess he must have, I don't know, glitched and not actually thrown the smoke. Here's the next issue. Simple's trapped. He's got the bomb, but he cannot join up with his teammates, even if they have success, which there's no guarantee of that happening, quite obviously. Rops down has dropped with an AK. He's got Woxic to cover things with the AWP, and Simple is still slowly trying to find the aggressive player in lobby.
Oh, Perfecto. He really wants that timing. It's going to be Chris taking down the bomb, as you were pointing out. Simple kind of in a weird position, and I think Perfecto, yeah, he's not even going to have the chance against Woxic, who's fallen really far back. So I think, in spite of what it was an interesting opening, it might not be enough here. mousesports might actually be on map point in a second.
What a turn of events. Yeah, they're going to have a chance to close this map out. One opportunity to win in regulation, bring us on to train. Perfecto seeing what he can get. At the moment, absolutely nothing. Another smoke drops in. 18 seconds on the clock. There is a player, Electronic, coming up the vents. He's going to go down, and now surely Mousesports is up 12-11. They've got a chance to close this out. Somehow, they found a way.
Yeah, I can't believe it, but it's really well done. I mean, it looked like they were completely done for, but not quite so. 11-12. One more round for mousesports, and we would be going on to Train as the 4th map in the grand finals here. And they, I mean, could be overtime, of course. But NaVi have kind of run out of steam at the end here.
Or just, yeah, steam, run out of ideas, it feels like as well. We'll see. AK-47s, they've had a few half-buys with pistols that have been close. They've had plenty of gun rounds that have been close. They need to win one of the late rounds. One of the 2-on-2s they found themselves in has to go in their favor here.
Electronic sneaking past took 1 point of damage from the grenade. It sounded more aggressive. And now he's going to be down here to try and take the challenge or the fight against Robs. It's at least going to force out the grenade, which I guess is fine then. 1 minute and 20 seconds. He'll just wait around for as long as he wants there. But again, NaVi putting some pressure towards the lower part of the map, which they've been very successful at. I don't blame them. They just need to finish the rounds once they get down there.
Could all be a fake. They're in these positions. Oh, this is so crazy. Frozen right around the edge. Boomich is going to drop down. There's the peak, but can he get away? Can he get away? He gets a second. And Rops adds one at the same exact time. 3 quick kills for mousesports put them in a 4-on-2 advantage to take the map.
Second time we've seen Frozen out there doing a lot of work in that forward position in the corner, and Flamey going down, and this seems to be all done here. Who would have thought mousesports, who did not look like they could do much of anything, winning no pistol rounds, but still winning the map 13-11, and that'll put us on Train. What a comeback.
Yeah, that is incredible. That CT side was just straight up lockdown, and while we saw NaVi have some cool calls on the T side of Dust 2, they didn't seem to have that same preparation for Nuke, even though their own defense was pretty solid. What's up, Frankie?
Oh, well, I'm just wondering if it wasn't for Rops, would we actually still be going to a 4th map? Because it feels like Rops lit a fire, and that fire was, I can't be bothered with any of this. I'm just going to roam upper on my own and get the kills. And then the rest of his team went, are we meant to be doing this as well? Okay, cool, right, we'll play. And suddenly we're going to a 4th map. Anders, are you satisfied with Mouse? Did they do what they needed to do, in your opinion?
Well, you should reward people when they do, when they do well. Yeah, I think it's like there's some kind of like child learning thing going on in there, but I kind of feel like this is just like the minimum. It's like, come on. So I wouldn't say I'm satisfied. I'm just no longer disappointed, I think.
I think Chris J will be very happy to hear that. What about you, Moses?
I don't know. That was the most fatherly way of explaining things from Anders. I'm very impressed. Yeah, it's fine. I was happy to see them actually put up a mount to fight on their own CT side and not just crumble, because I mean that was a situation where I thought they would just fall apart after losing that second half pistol round. But I think you were right. They just got to a point, all that aggression pickup on the CT side, the lobby crunches, the ramp room pushes, the hut pushes over and over again. It feels like they finally hit their breaking point and just realized they could actually fight back, which was good to see.
But do you also think that maybe NaVi getting the timings wrong, despite having the right ideas, also kind of gave Mouse that in, Moses?
There were only a couple times I felt in that second half where I was looking around at what NaVi was doing on Nuke and just saying it doesn't look like anyone was being super proactive. But, I mean, Nuke's just one of those maps. We've talked about it over the years, time and time again. It is one of those maps that at times is going to feel really restricting. I think the biggest problem they had was not a whole lot of pressure towards ramp room throughout that. It was either like a fast-paced attack or just watching for a push. I don't think they ever really successfully applied some pressure to ramp room. So it's fine. I think in another world, in another game, they probably win one of those 2 clutches, those 2-on-2s, and they take the map, but not this one.
Well, we do have an extended break on the way because as it's a best-of-5 final, these players very much deserve the half-an-hour break that they're going to get. But when we return, we're going to see Train. It's going to be Simple Sort versus Voxic, and I, for one, cannot wait. So please do join us when we return at approximately 9:15 if you're in London and the UK like me, or 10:15 CEST if you're in the rest of Europe. And for the rest of the world, unfortunately, I'm selfish and I can't work it out. So you do the maths and we'll see you in half an hour.
Hi, I'm Norman Mitchell, standing here in front of Be Busy Wellness Center in Houston, Texas.
Mid-County area is where we're going. Port Arthur, Nederland, Port Neches.
We're in Canovanas, the shelter here in Puerto Rico.
We're here at Jardín Pushkin in Colonia Roma.
The hallmark of disasters is you have to do what you do, you just have to do more of it faster. 2017 has seen more large-scale emergencies in sequence than ever before in direct relief 70-year history. The people who know the most, have the most at stake, are going to do the best job with the resources they have are the ones who live there.
Just received a large shipment of critical medicine from Direct Relief.
Some gauze, some bandages for people that are managing the response and rescue efforts.
You're standing strong, united with every other organization providing primary care and critical access to those individuals who have been most impacted.
Right now, 70.8 million people have been forced to flee. It's not just a number, these are human beings who have had to leave behind everything they know and love. A daughter, a mother, a father, a son, families just like ours. They need all the support we can provide. Emergency aid, food, shelter, clean water and sanitation, education, legal assistance, and camp management. We protect people displaced from the world's most dangerous conflicts and reach more than 8.5 million people in over 30 countries. With over 70 years of experience, we've evolved into a leading global humanitarian organization.
The Norwegian Refugee Council is present in wars and crises around the world. We help millions of people who have fled their homes. We provide hope. We help provide a future.
Our 14,000 aid workers help people across the world. We help save lives and rebuild futures.
You're in overtime on match point with just one player remaining. Which player on your team would be able to get that clutch?
I would say Valde, but let's say that Nathan has 30 kills on the scoreboard. Then it would be Nathan, no-brainer. Like, if the guy is feeling it, he's insane.
Nico? Flasha or Crims, but I think Flasha is more of a catch play. It's always calm when it's played, so...
It's hard, but I have to say Rups. He is so calm. He never freaks out. He is playing the numbers all the time, like the favorable numbers, the odds. So, yeah, it must be him.
Me. I would put Perfecto because he's our clutch minister and I would like to have him in this situation.
You can only play one Counter-Strike map for the rest of your life. Which map do you choose?
I'm sorry, Don, but I'd say Mirage. But Train is up there as well.
I would choose Cash because it's my favorite map and I was playing it a lot before I get removed. I really would like Vertigo, but it's changing a lot, so I don't know what they're gonna change. But I've always been loving Overpass.
At the moment, I would probably pick Nuke because I feel it's a very balanced map for both CT and Ts. But I hopefully never get to that.
It does too, because it's the best map. Interesting question. Maybe I would choose Vertigo. Because I never played it and I will learn something new.
What's the one thing in Counter-Strike that was changed that you miss?
The one thing I would definitely change, and I don't know why it has been taken off the game, is the ladder movement. So many maps, you could utilize the ladders, and it really helps the skill ceiling of the game also, at least I feel like.
I think the app, or Tech 9, even though it was broken, it was fun.
I miss Cobblestone so much. Me going from a player to a coach and not playing anymore.
I don't really know. I don't miss anything. I think all the changes they did were like for the better at the end. I don't really miss anything. I miss some wall banks with 1.6 stuff because it was so fun and so interesting to see how everyone is like spamming the walls, you know. It was fun, yeah. And I miss the old M4 with 30 bullets because still it's 25, but it's not that fast, so you can't kill enemies with spray. All you need to do is like to shoot in smokes and stuff like that, but it's hard to play with it still. Yeah, I would fix it like it was before.
Which team are you most looking forward to playing this weekend?
Honestly, I'm waiting to play all the teams because I feel like this weekend is kind of stacked.
I'm looking forward to playing G2 because we need to get the revenge from losing in Rio to Rio.
My most excitement to play against FaZe. They have a new lineup, Bimas, and I don't know what he can deliver, so it will be a fun matchup to go in with. Looking very much forward to play G2 so we can send Kenny and Nexa to bed again. They're always a fun matchup.
OG, because I just want to play him again, especially on those two. Fnatic, because it's always nice games against them and very tough games, and it's for us it's we lost them last time, so we want to win. Or maybe mousesports, yeah, because we lost them again two times in a row, so we want to get some revenge.
$70,800,000. That's how many people are displaced across the globe today. 70,800,000 people who fled violence and conflict, who risked their lives to escape poverty and hunger, who lost their homes to natural disasters. They live on the run or stuck in limbo, not knowing when or if they'll ever go home. They live in the shadows and on the edge, struggling to survive, dependent on aid and the kindness of strangers. On the front lines, humanitarian responders work tirelessly to meet the urgent needs of this growing population. But this is a crisis unlike anything we've faced before, and it affects every single one of us. 320 million. That's how many people could be displaced over the next 10 years, wreaking havoc on economic growth, global stability, and national security, permanently altering the world as we know it. How we face this enormous challenge could shape the history of humankind, because in the end, the only number that really matters is one. One future for all of us that we can create together.
we were anywhere near the extent we're at now, Alicia and her team were working tremendously hard to address perceived future drug shortages.
The idea with the ICU kit at the beginning was trying to think of a way that we could help these patients that are critical in ICU settings. In this case, it was kind of the next layer of protection for this response. In the kit, we have a few different types of medications, antibiotics for secondary bacterial infections, as well as blood pressure support, so vasopressors. Things like albuterol inhalers, we were learning, were highly requested in hospitals. Medications that are used for intubation and sedation that help with that process. Each one of these kits is designed to have about 100 courses of antibiotics and supportive medications. The first 2 are headed up to Northern California in the Bay Area, which is especially hard hit, and the next 11 are going to hospitals across New Jersey, and we'll have about 80 of them going to New York City. In the end, we're just feeling really fortunate that we're able to support our partners with these medications that they need so desperately.
The wisdom, the expertise that I think this team has demonstrated in being able to help us as a community partner, but also hospitals and healthcare systems around the country struggle with drug shortages, which are now a reality, I think just speaks volumes to the impact DR has.
Is there a big difference between playing CSGO online and offline?
I don't know how to compare it, but if there is the crowd, there is the atmosphere, there is the tight scoreline, everything going through your head, I just feel like you will see who the good players are. So yeah, I would definitely say that it's a huge difference.
Yeah, I think there's a big difference. I think it's because when you go to LAN, in my opinion, you are only there for one reason, but when you're home, there's a lot of distractions. And yeah.
Online, you're not feeling any pressure from anyone. You sit home and relax what you're used to. You're gonna do some things you wouldn't have done on LAN tournaments, so there's a massive difference there.
Yeah, there is a huge difference. I think playing online, everyone is in their home, they're feeling super comfortable, they're doing things they would never do on LAN, and also having a coach who can speak all the time really gives it's like a 6-man basically. Sometimes against certain teams you're playing a 6v5, so
even not depends on you, but depends more on enemies. The enemies playing's different because they don't feel like anyone, they're just playing like all their life home. Sometimes some players, some teams, and they don't go on LAN, so it's easier to them to play from their own side. But yeah.
What does an average day look like for you personally?
It's obviously waking up at not like 1 hour before practice, but just waking up, eating good for breakfast, moving a bit so I can my whole body wakes up. Then we play a bit of warm-up before practicing, then we play practice, then we go through mistakes, and after that I just collapse into my bed for 1 hour or 2, and then I can do something else.
I know, I wake up, I eat something, and then we play, then I eat again, and then I play over 10 hours a day, and then I go to sleep.
I normally go online an hour before we are meeting, just to chill around, figure out what is our focus points for the practice today. Kerrigan most likely is coming in with an hour of new stuff we have to go through, learning nades and stuff like that, where I'm just looking more or less and adjusting a little bit if it's needed.
For me personally, I wake up around 9:30. I meet up with the guys on Discord around 10. Then I prepare some things or some specific areas we're gonna work on practice, or certain strats I'm gonna call to make sure they're clean, and some on CT side, what is going to be the goal, are we gonna work on our communication, or are we gonna work on clutches.
If we don't have a practice, we probably have 3 days. It's, I don't know, we don't have we have a schedule, so for 3 days I just like to take some free time. I'll just play 2-3 hours per day, that's it.
What is the first place you'd like to travel to for an event when it's safe to do so?
ESL Cologne. Even though every time I've been dropped out of groups, I honestly think it's the best place I've played in terms of like the location of the place, like just next to the breach and everything. I just think it, and every time the perfect weather, you know.
Probably Brazil because it's major and I haven't been to a major yet.
If I want to try somewhere in Europe, I think it's like Malta or something.
Weird answer, but Denmark because I want to see my family and friends again.
Brazil, Rio.
I would like to travel to the United States because it's been so long time since when we were last time in USA. Maybe New York.
and welcome back to Gamers Without Borders. We've had a bit of a break because we're about to go to our fourth map of the grand final. NaVi picked up wins on Mirage and Dust 2, but Mouse discovered themselves and remembered their identities in the second half of Nuke to take us to this fourth map, which is going to be Train. Anders, judging by the performances we've seen so far, who do you think is looking stronger in this final?
I mean, it's gonna have to be NaVi, but it was kind of weird watching them kind of run out of steam there on Nuke at some point. And then, to mousesports' credit, they really picked it up. It was cool to see Rob's playing well. Woxic also being up there. I just, I wasn't expecting it. I'm glad we get to see it. Now we get to see Train as well.
Yeah, I'm with Anders. I think outside of those 10 rounds in the second half, it feels like NaVi was just the superior team in this series so far. Now the question becomes, has that all just changed with mousesports kind of snatching Nuke away from NaVi just randomly right at the end of that map? Will this be a consistent change, or are we just going to go back to the NaVi that we saw stop mousesports on Dust 2?
Well, given that Electronic is coming alive, he's been a little bit inconsistent recently, but he seems to be very much present and correct here at Gamers Without Borders. It feels like him and Simple, that duo is alive and well. Still the question mark for me is over Flamey and Perfecto. Perfecto still seems to be showing nerves despite the fact he has been part of this NaVi roster for quite a while now, and it seems to be if he's in a 2v1 situation, he's not necessarily picking up the results that NaVi wants him to, while Flamey actually seems to remember himself in those situations. Do you think that Perfecto is still a good fit for this roster, Moses?
I not as he currently is playing, but I didn't necessarily think that either when he first joined the team. I think Perfecto, when they picked him up, you just have to go in with the understanding that he's going to be a project. I don't even know if it's necessarily nerves. I think more than anything, I just think he's a little bit frozen on how to handle certain situations, and probably also since he's playing with veterans and someone like Simple, who's considered the best, that may be where the nerves come in, is doing something stupid or making the wrong decision with those kinds of people around you. So, I mean, only NaVi knows if they think time is going to help improve Perfecto's situation, but he's certainly in a really tough spot where it's obvious that he needs to pick up the curve of his learning needs to be much, much faster.
I'm interested in the fact that this was Navi's map pick as well, because yes, they can play Train. Simple's incredibly impressive on this one. This is a fantastic map for him, and yet they could have taken us to Inferno. Not a map they've got the most good win rate on, just like my English is so, but they are more experienced in it recently, and so rather than taking us to Inferno right now, they've left that to the decider. Why do you think they've done that, Anders?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, it's very hard, I think, in the best of 5 to figure out what how much of a difference the order of the maps go, especially with two teams like this. There are some teams where it would make a really big difference. I think both teams would have been fine with playing Inferno now instead of Train. But I mean, I think now we've got a pretty good shot at closing this one out. I agree. I mean, Electronic is looking pretty good. Simple's there with the AWP. I mean, what else do you need? Just have those two play well.
It's because it's another situation where they're being very charitable. Inferno is the best final map in the series. They just wanted to leave it to the end, increase the suspense, give us Inferno as a gift right at the end of the game. Here's the real scary part, and we're going to harp on this one last time. Hopefully, well, maybe just one last time, maybe two more times if we get to that final map. But mousesports 0 for 6 on pistol rounds in this series. Train is one of those maps where that T-side pistol round is so important. Like, if you don't get that and you have to grind rounds against a CT defense, especially if there's going to be a double op on either side of the table, that is so difficult to do. So mousesports in the second half, when they switch over, that T-side pistol round is going to be very important.
Well, let's head on to Train, gentlemen, and see if NaVi can close this one out.
Oh yes, maybe it is finally time for mousesports to win a pistol round at any point during this grand finals. I think that might go a long way to helping them out. It must be now.
What if they go 0-10 in pistol rounds in this series, Anders?
That would be really impressive. I mean, at that point, actually, I think you should endeavor to not win any of the pistol rounds. Just keep it at that. It'll be interesting. That is a very, very quick smoke that goes very deep on the map. I think all the way down towards the connector, in fact. So, yeah, all the way into the B-bomb side on the connector. And then I think they're going to 3-way crunch it. Nice opening from Simple with the P250. This is the beginning of it. All the rest are coming out either from Pop Dog or from main, while they're hoping to have that smoke distract in the C connector. But it's still a fight here, 4-on-4.
Yeah, and someone is going to have to challenge Simple. It's Woxic to take him down, but look at the progress they've made outside. 2 defenders on the bomb train still, and Woxic is forced back. And this NaVi machine is just marching forward. Nothing to stop them. The Glocks not connecting quite yet, but Woxic with no HP to stick in a fight.
Could have been a big opening there for Robs, but he gets tagged and he is down to 12. Woxic is low on health, and NaVi, in spite of a long and kind of slow fight against the USPs, they actually come out on top pretty heavily, and that's a kill for Electronic. Now they're finally going to get the bomb plant down, and man, I don't know, like that whole setup, once Simple gets the first kill, that's very hard for a mousesports to deal with.
Yeah, I'm actually amazed that they didn't just pick up the... I don't know what the right call would have been at that time. Like, if you have 3 players, I mean, one was at the end and 2 were pushing up, but Simple is able to just find a perfect timing to get 1 kill and survive. But obviously, like, his presence with that P250 is just so hard to deal with. Again, he's just like... He's just holding... All the leverage comes from Simple, just holding that position at the end of Ivy while the rest of his teammates push down those lanes. So that's a very cool pistol round. A good decision-making from Simple.
So... what is that? 7 for 7 in pistol rounds going to NaVi?
Yeah. Yeah, why not?
They're winning all of them. Which is really something. I mean, that's, again, with the format, with everything else, surely mousesports would love just for once an easier start. Although, as we've been pointing out, sometimes they do a good job of winning the 3rd rounds. So putting an end to the loss a little bit earlier.
Second as well, sometimes we've seen them invest. They have had those, the scout, the 2 scout, 3 deagles that they're able to clean up with. This time it's just Rops with a deagle and light armor, Woxic with a P250. Nothing else around that. So they are going to go for that 3rd round buy, and they're going to go for a stack towards the inner bomb site. 4 players here at B, and it's just Kerrigan outside and alone.
Outside and alone, and I mean, all they really have is the deagle on Rops there with a bit of armor that he saved. Otherwise, they shouldn't be doing that much damage in this round, mousesports. They do have a bit of a stack inside, so we'll see how that turns out. But it looks like it's going to be Kerrigan tested, just him and the USP. What a rough time that is lying ahead of him. Don't see him making it out.
No, probably not. More than likely, no. Smoke comes out. 2 players at the end of Ivy. They're going to be pushing with that smoke, which, as you can see, just bounces right towards the back end of the bomb train, right under camera. And even pushed in, even if Kerrigan has the surprise factor, that USP is not going to do a whole lot. The stack is finally starting to spread apart and get busted up. Now, certainly, Kerrigan has the intel. But NaVi is not really being ruthless with attacking this bomb site. They're still very nervous about running into multiple pistols.
Yeah, they are. And I mean, it's not even clear to me that mousesports are doing that much to sort of get here. They're just sort of slowly maneuvering across the map. They might be hoping to just find someone at an off angle, but 28 seconds, and now NaVi are going to realize, you know what, there just aren't that many people here, and we're just going to take the bomb site. And indeed they do. So, sort of a long setup for a very easy cleanup in the round. So, I guess that's just one of those rounds. Could have been exciting, but it wasn't.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard if you're mousesports, even if your plan the whole time is to stack a bomb site, right? The fact that NaVi on a 2nd round against only pistols, obviously they're respecting the 2nd round buy, but like the first contact and the first action doesn't even really come out until like 30, 35 seconds in the round. So if you're mousesports and you're trying to like, you know, decide if you want to rotate and bust up the stack or keep the stack, I mean, that's just a long time into the round to kind of keep your nerve and not worry about anything else.
Do you know, I'll tell you something great, Jason. You'll appreciate this.
All right.
Walter, my son, he's 5. He just recently got into watching Scooby-Doo, like the old cartoons.
Yep.
It's absolutely amazing. I love it.
Was that it?
That was the end of the story.
There was no... All right.
But I encourage everyone to go back and watch it if you grew up watching it. It actually still... It's just as stupid as it always was, but it's great.
Well, all you Zoomers out there tuning in, you have something to look forward to when you begin having children. Is Scooby-Doo cartoons.
Go do it. Well worth it. Well, that was just buying time, Jason, for mousesports to pick up the rifles. That was my only point. There was nothing we could discuss in that last round anyway.
After this final, I'll give you some good old-fashioned American Saturday morning cartoons that you can get them into.
Oh yeah, definitely do that. We've got a Mac-10 on Boomage, which is one of those weapons that, again, he uses really well and just, you know, tends to get a lot of stuff out of. So we'll see if he's going to be able to. Ooh, some nice little...
Nice camera switch rush.
Yeah, that lined up for us. I like it.
All right, inner bomb site hit. 2 defenders are here. NaVi's been mostly quiet again, as we saw in pretty much every single map, slow playing these rounds. 30 seconds on the clock. There's going to be no illusions when these smokes start to come through. mousesports knows exactly what's happening. Oh, Chris J catches one right in the face, and Rops catches the Mac-10. Still on top of the train, can only get the 1, and the bomb site is lost. Kerrigan's desperately trying to get involved in the action, but he's already been spotted.
That was a devastating flashbang that landed on top of him there. I mean, he couldn't do anything, really. It's surprised he even got the one kill. Now they're in a lot of trouble. But a nice kill from Woxic. Oh, Kerrigan. He needed the swing and get that one. And now instead, Perfecto with a beautiful double in return. The flashbang high up, and they've caught Woxic as well. He's trying to escape, but he won't be allowed to. Big win for NaVi. He is stopping that third round win that mousesports otherwise have been pretty good at getting. They're going to be quite far behind.
Yeah, that's not ideal if you're mousesports wanting to recover in that third round and just absolutely crushed. And that's another one of the situations. Yeah, they knew what was coming when the utility starts getting used, but that first buy round for the CT side, they don't have the Molotovs, or maybe they just didn't hold on to that inner bomb site, but you can counteract that kind of a slow play round from a T side if you have the counter nade still. One Molotov dropped onto that lower ramp, and the round is probably lost by NaVi. They'll have to be careful of that in the next gun rounds as the losing bonus is going to build up. But for the moment, they are rolling 3-0.
Still some Deagles to be scared of in this round, so must be still a little bit vigilant and make sure they don't give up anything. That's something that we've seen NaVi do in the past in a number of occasions, right? Where they sort of like, they're feeling so good and things are working out so well that they tend to get a bit overhyped, but now is not the time for it. Still early days. And again, they've left Kerrigan alone in the A-bomb site. Kind of rough. Why is it always
him? Yeah. I don't know. Maybe it's like a mind game with Kerrigan where he's like, all right, the last time we ecoed like this, we stacked the inner bomb site, they didn't go there. Let's stack it again. Probably this time they go.
You know, it's back to Scooby and the gang and how they do it. They always split up, don't they? Like, let's split up and look for clues. Like, why? Why would you split up if you're in an old haunted mansion?
You can cover more ground.
And get kidnapped by the ghosts and zombies all on your own. I mean, listen, I just think it's not unlike what's happening to mousesports here.
Right. Which one's the zombie? Which one's the ghost?
That is a good question. I think probably Boomich, I think would make for a decent zombie, I imagine. I could see that.
The scariest of zombies.
The scariest of zombies, yeah.
4 players left alive for mousesports. This time they do not rotate outside and try and pick up the slack. I think going into the gun round, especially the armor on Rops, the armor on Chris J, that's the valuable portion of this buy. Keep those so you can get the free upgrades to full armor in the next round. When you have the M4s, when you'll have the AWP out on board. But man, going down 4-0 in MR12, you better get started right off the bat. And they've struggled to recover from these kind of pits. They've struggled to win consecutive rounds in a row. mousesports is under a lot of pressure here to try and extend this grand finals to Inferno.
Well, so far, they've got really nothing done here, mousesports. It's turning into a bit of a miserable start once again, which I guess at least is consistent with all of the other maps we've seen out of mousesports so far. But usually we applaud consistency. This is just, I don't know, it's the wrong kind.
It's the complete opposite of what kind of consistency you'd like to have.
Bit of an issue. Fifth round.
Here's the issue for NaVi. Double up setup is getting busted out by mousesports. They're not joking around anymore. Chris J with one, Woxic with the other. Both of them outside for the moment. Chris J in connector. He will support the B-bomb site. Woxic over towards Ivy as well. Allows the rifles on Kerrigan and Frozen to get aggressive towards these choke points outside.
I like the double up setup. That is, as a bold play coming out. Why not? It could definitely work. Woxic holding one of them down at Ivy. He's flashed off the angle, and he doesn't really want to re-peek it. I'm almost a little bit surprised at that, but it's fine. Smoke is going to make him just relocate while Kerrigan and Frozen are taking over main. What an aggressive round. I mean, usually when you have those AWPs, you choose between, you know, being far back and sniping or going aggressive, but they're doing it all at once. Actually, they're even forward with a bit of a forward off-angle setup at the B high ground. They're just really doing everything here.
Yeah, they are pretty damn aggressive with these AWPs and even pushing mid. That's up to Perfecto to watch for it, but he's actually moved out of the location. Boomich is lucky to be alive, but if he tries to go towards T mid, I don't think you clear out Frozen's position. Maybe you do. Off-angle, he's taken back. He's looking behind him. Huh.
We'll never know what he was looking for. But
a ghost or a zombie.
Yeah, something like that. Gotta be careful. Never know if there's a trap door somewhere. Time is running out, NaVi, and we've had this discussion many times before. and apparently we'll just never learn. Frozen getting a kill there. That's a really amazing beginning of the round here for him. A third one, and I mean, no time and no chance at all. No one dies on mousesports. What a brilliant round from them.
Yeah, it's so weird just seeing nothing being really, no one being proactive from the NaVi side of things throughout that entire round. That's hard to pull off, is like a hit towards that outer bomb train with what, 25 seconds? Like that's not easy to make it all the way there, because you're going to be fighting the entire round. I think the only team that could consistently make it to that bomb train on outer hits was Virtus Pro, the old school Virtus Pro.
True. I don't even get it. They were being scared and timid before anything had even happened. Like, no one had threatened them, and they were like, oh no, must fall back and stay safe for a long time.
This is more like it. Boomich, hyper aggressive, and well, we might not ever see him do that again because Kerrigan shut him down with ease.
Yeah, I don't know. I think he wanted to not be slowed down by that first Molotov, and then there was a timing with that flashbang as he came through. I don't even know if that was a team or an enemy flashbang, but he definitely couldn't see anything.
If I don't see a world in which NaVi wins this round. It would have to be some kind of insane individual fracking, because NaVi have no more utility with 1 minute and 10 seconds. We thought the previous rounds were a bit slow. This is going to slow right down, because what NaVi is going to probably do here is everyone's still being spread across the map. They're going to give Simple as much time as he needs with the op to provide a pick, and him and Electronic are going to work together to get down Ivy, but this is going to take some time.
Yeah, really, I mean, a tremendous amount of time. Still 45 seconds, but you could tell that they are just inching their way. And as you pointed out, without the utility, really the only option is to just sneak in a kill. But even then, that's not enough. You need probably a couple of kills in return or back-to-back here. Otherwise, it's not going to be working out. Simple. He knows he has the right idea. Can he actually find the perfect timing for it here? It's going to have to be lightning fast. Just crouch into the fight. Oh, he's getting a teammate to jump and to get Woxic. That is beautiful. And they take down Kerrigan. Frozen still back here, and Chris has also shown up. He's going to drop the bomb. 15 seconds now on the clock for this 1 versus 3, and it's some nice shooting out of Electronic, but it is not enough.
That's actually much better than I expected it to go. The fact that they're able to get in and get 3 kills and actually pressure onto the bomb site, that's not bad whatsoever. Good job from Electronic and Simple, but again, late into the round timer as well. 4-2. And this is where the T side is going to get really, really rough for NaVi, much like on Nuke. Once mousesports now has all the Molotovs, all the nades, we saw it in the last round. They tried to go fast. There's smokes, there's Molotovs in all the passageways. Boomich could do nothing. Now, if NaVi tries to slow play it, those Molotovs are going to be held onto and deployed late in the round when NaVi is actually finally trying to attack.
Ooh, that is lightning fast out of Woxic. He heard the flashbang. He definitely knew someone could be peeking behind it. And he just takes down Flamey right away. And you're right. I mean, this is one of the classic problems of Train. It's actually one of the few maps that's left where you can really get badly beat up on the T side, because you just have to run into all those grenades all of the time. Now the entire team has shown up to mourn the death of Flamey, but we'll see what they do after that. They're all there. Hanging out. They could put him in a coffin and dance him out of there like those people.
That's a... That is a grenade that would have done tons of damage. Unfortunately, it missed its mark. Yeah, Molotov smokes down, flashbang as well. Woxic takes a blind shot, not gonna land. Rups is picked off by Electronic. That's a filthy angle.
Yeah, that actually did look disgusting. I have no idea how you were able to see him. Bomb goes down in a bit of an orthodox angle. Out in the open. Could be very hard to defuse, but not if you're getting all these kills. That'll make it incredibly easy. They catch off Perfecto and NaVi. Good entry into the bomb site, and that was the last good thing that happened in the round for them.
Absolutely. That one kill, I mean, no one could actually push up to help Electronic. Kerrigan's able to wrap around him, and that is the main point of danger for mousesports on the retake. Once that close up, that near pressure is taken away, there's really nothing that NaVi can do but sit and wait for people to walk out of their crosshair. Good job from Frozen as well on the flank up the ladder. Very, very impressive. 4-3, 1-round lead for NaVi. But mousesports is it's looking like they are really kind of like, at least in these past 2 maps, it feels like they're very much a ride or die on their CT side.
Yeah, which, I mean, that makes it exciting, doesn't it? Especially now that it's working out. It was a little bit weird to watch earlier when it was just collapsing round after round, but this is so much better. We have got Deagles, Mac 10s, Tech 9s, and some flashbangs to follow it up. NaVi, this is a round where they're not going to be slow because that would just be completely senseless. When you've got Mac 10s and Tech 9s, you should be running and shooting at the same time. And they kind of are, but they're not killing anyone. And that's another crucial element.
Ooh, Frozen tapping away. One more in T-mid. Boomich has already made his way to Old Hell. He's caught at an off angle, but Simple finds him in trade. Now he's got an AK-47, 1 versus 3. And if he had the bullets, that would have at least been the first kill on an attempted clutch.
Yeah, would have been. That's a shame, but I guess maybe he didn't know or he didn't feel like he had the time. Regardless, it's tied up. It's 4 in a row for Mousesports. We did Frozen at 11 and 5. That's really good. Wow, Mousesports are actually started to wake up.
No, but remember, this is Train. Like this is going to be more CT sided, especially when the money and the double up is out there on the board. So, again, I'm just going to go back and harp on it one more time. That pistol around the second half is going to be so important, especially if NaVi can scrape more rounds together. Kerrigan with a push is going to be put down.
Surprised that he didn't get Woxic to flash him in or anything. I mean, obviously, if he gets around the corner with no flashbangs, then it's like the element of surprise kind of thing. But that's a bold move. Frozen taking over Pop Dog while the Molotov fades. And he's not going to have that much backup in there. Chris has no grenades to help him out. He's got that AWP and C connector. And Woxic is too far away to do anything. So actually, Frozen is kind of very much on his own in there. Bear may not be fine.
At least for now, it's all good. I think the more impressive thing is Mousesports keeping 2 players inside. That puts even more pressure on Frozen. He's going to back out of the ladder room in case of a Molotov. A dangerous position once to get back behind the smokes. Improvised flashbang in the air, and he gets caught. Simple was out before he realized it. In fact, Simple's the only one outside. This is a fake, and it hasn't pulled anyone away from the B bomb site. Simple might have the timing. There's 35 seconds. If NaVi is just patient, as they usually are, Simple should be able to let him know that bomb site is clear. To fall back, don't go into B.
Well, they are going into B against Chris with the AWP. He's got 20 seconds. He's running up close. He realizes, but they're switching back. They just had the time for it, and now they're going to be back at the A-bomb side. Woxic realizing and taking down Simple, and now it's a 2-on-3. But they do have 2 AWPs to retake with, and that is, it's a lot of money to give away, and it's also very tricky to try and do. So NaVi may have still found a way to win the round.
Yeah, I don't think it's the unwieldiness of the AWPs that's going to prevent this retake. I think it's going to be the value of these weapons that makes them fall back. Although Woxic is at least going to look for an early pick of some kind, and now surely he calls this off. Chris J, a desperate drop down ladder. Electronic need nearly turn around, and he's got a free kill, and that is a bit wild.
Can't believe they missed each other, but the Shama did. Yeah, Woxic going to make his escape. They'll get to save the AWP, and that's a bit of a bonus. They still have a fair bit of money, but I guess they do need to drop for Kerrigan, and yeah, as you said, I mean, this is 5 rounds now on the T side of Train for NaVi in an MR12 format. That's pretty good. They might be fine. Might just be fine.
Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear. How many can NaVi scrape together? If Mousesports runs out of money, that is the disaster. That's the nightmare scenario for them. Fully invested back into this round. Woxic, the only one with the money left over, 4K in the bank, but everyone else is so poor.
Yeah, I don't know, it's hanging by a thread right now.
This is the whole half. This might be the grand finals. If Mousesports can't win this round, they're in some very real trouble.
I actually think you're right, and that's incredibly disturbing to think about, considering, again, the 4-round run. Some of those rounds were won quite easily. NaVi even looked a bit confused in some of those rounds, but yeah, it could turn back in a second, essentially. Very dangerous position down here from Robs, who is, it's fine because he's got Chris covering him, but the problem is if Chris gets flashed or smoked out, then Robs is just on his own playing close and, getting a little bit closer now, actually, is Chris trying to see if he can reposition to help him out some more. There is a potential flank from Frozen once the whole thing gets going, but let's see what Robs could do. Flashbang, it's pretty good to force him back off, and Chris, no kills with the AWP just yet. Still waiting inside. Kerrigan has shown up as well, and NaVi, they've run out of grenades. They're not throwing any smokes or anything, and that's incredibly bold.
Well, Simple's going to have to get this bomb planted. That smoke is going to clear, and Flamey is waiting. He wants to take the fight with Chris J. And he might regret this decision. Oh, it's a missed shot. Simple's going to get him in return. What a great shot from Simple to keep this dream alive. Nobody's watching the flank. There's one kill from Voxic and Frozen. That's poor timing for Flamey. That's going to be the round over. Electronic is coming from Ivy, but there's no chance to stop any defuse.
Yeah, I mean, they don't have a kid right now, but again, he's just so far away that they're going to be on it all the way through. And yeah, even the 10-second defuse is going to go in his favor. That is wild. I really think if he could have got that kill on Frozen flanking, it would have been different.
Oh, absolutely. Because then things would have slowed down and Electronic would have been put into play. But the nice thing is, if you're Navi, even in a loss, you're doing just fine. You already have 5 rounds on your T side. That's great. This round right now is a twofer because mousesports money was already busted, and if you're able to win this and reset them here going into round 12, like you basically have a great chance at winning these last 2. If you know, winning this last one means you have a great advantage in the final round of the half.
Yeah, I mean, what a turn of events. That could have been again the pivotal round there. Voxic taking a lot of damage inside the Molotov. Don't really mind it. I do kind of think it's interesting. That flashbang that they keep throwing Navi to go for that angle peek is actually too short. I don't know if you've noticed, but that's twice now where it doesn't actually go all the way around the corner.
I have not, but, you know, we should let him know. We should help a brother out.
Gotta be careful about that. Find him on Twitter and tell him.
Ooh, Kerrigan is going to have a lot of fun or no fun at all on top of this train. 3 players about to turn the corner. There's a flashbang, 2 flashbangs. Kerrigan dodges them both. Nobody's peeked just yet. Simple's here with the AWP and the bomb.
Oh, they just tested out, and then they're going to fall back.
I don't.
Kerrigan is. This is amazing.
I was going to say, I don't know if I like this play from Navi. Even if Kerrigan's not there, like, the odds that nobody has the information, that nobody's out Ivy, is silly. And look how long they have to walk back. Like, now that the smoke fades, what? Kerrigan can say they can be at the end of Ivy? It doesn't really mean anything, and Chris J has all the information. I think that's a waste. That's a lot of wasted time to pull off a really insignificant fake.
Yeah, like, no fake at all. This is a classic Navi round. Chris going to be sneaking up, getting the kill on Electronic.
What? There's 15 seconds. They haven't even started moving.
Yeah, I don't know what to say. This is just incredibly optimistic. Rob's down here. He's going to be dropped. Perfecto going down. Bomb being planted with just 3 seconds left. And it will be a bomb plant at the very least. Now the retake is on, and they'll get Kerrigan as well. Now we have absolutely no business even trying to win this round. In fact, they should surrender this round because of how stupid that fake was in the beginning. But somehow they're still here. Flamey and Boomich in a 2-on-3, and they're hiding all the way up the corner here. This could be interesting for Boomich. No one's going to check it, but they will. Frozen continues his absolute reign of terror. He's currently 13-6, and mousesports will win the round. I don't know what to say.
I'm so confused by so many decisions in that round for Navi.
I don't think there's no scenario anyone could paint that could make that make sense.
What time did they throw that fake at? I feel like they threw the fake at like 1 minute or something, or like 50 some seconds. And then it took them 30 seconds just to walk back to Whitehall.
Yeah, it's like, I just don't even know. They walked all the way back when no one could hear them. Then when they get to the part of the map where people could hear them, they start running again. It's like, it's all just very confusing. There's no sense in it.
All right, we'll forget about it for now.
Is there a chance that... Oh, good kill there from Voxic. Maybe some friends of theirs have just messed with their timers, so they keep thinking there's a minute more left than there actually is, and it's just like a prank.
Okay, yeah, they changed their watches or something?
Something like that.
All right. We'll investigate that one. I think that's a good chance of being the issue.
It'd explain a lot, wouldn't it?
3-on-5, and if you ever want to know how important the T-side pistol round on train is in MR12, just hit tab because, well, you viewers can't, but I mean, it's been 4 rounds won off the pistol, and the first 4 rounds of the half won by Navi, and it's pretty much been all mousesports from there. This is going to be a 7-1 run to close out the half. Simple just now getting put into play, but I mean, this round is way too far gone. It's going to be 7-5 in the favor of mousesports at the end of train, or first half of train.
That was brilliant. Carrigan actually heard him drop the weapon, and he just went for the peak right straight up against him. Yeah, you're right. 75. What a difference that pistol round makes. Otherwise, this could have been a single round from NaVi. Yeah, they need to hire like a secretary or someone who can just remind them of what time it is. You know.
Yeah, you have a meeting with the bomb site in the next minute.
Yeah, exactly right. Like one of those, or maybe one of those like calendar apps, and they can just like set it up.
Gets like a notification. Okay.
Get a little notification on their phone.
Push notification on the desktop.
Exactly. Like there's got to be a way out of this. There's got to be a way to figure this out. I'd be running out of time in like half the round.
It would be so interesting to compile all the different times that over the years where we've looked at NaVi and been like, oh my god, there's only like 15 seconds left in this round and they haven't moved.
Yeah.
Like you could get clips all the way back to like 2013.
The weird thing is it's not like anyone is even trying anything. Like it's not like someone is like trying to find a kill and B, but they can't.
Yeah, they're just kind of stuck. It's just literally everyone is doing nothing.
They're just waiting around for a long time. Well, maybe one day we can ask them about it. Next time there's a gathering of Counter-Strike players, we'll find them. We'll ask them. 7-5. It is a lead for mousesports, but again, it could evaporate if they could find him with a pistol round. Then they could do something. Bring us on that fifth map.
This is great. They're 0 for 7. Oh, I'm so excited. This is it.
7 in pistol.
This is it right here. All right, Simple and Perfecto.
HE on Perfecto. Oh,
yeah,
dear.
that's nasty. That's nasty. Here comes the noise. There's the nade. Simple. He's got to hold his ground. Oh, it's just perfect. It is absolutely perfect again. They're going to go 0 for 8 on pistols.
Not working out in their favor, is it? Yeah, we had that on our list earlier of things that we would like to see change for mousesports, and we've not seen it yet. Unfortunately, we can't really credit them with anything at the moment yet. Frozen, who's been very, very good on this map, charging all the way back here. He actually does get a tag on Boomich and the bomb. That'll give them a bit of a chance here at the very least. Frozen picking up more kills. He's finally going down. And Carrigan all the way back here. Now, they do have a smoke. They have a defuse kit. They can definitely 100% force Carrigan into this fight really early on. And that's going to be hard. In fact, Electronic will just take him down. No forcing needed at all.
Oh, I can't believe it's actually happened. They're 0 for 8. That's so crazy. 15 kills on Frozen, 13 kills on Electronic, leading the way for their respective teams. That is just a clean shutdown. A nade combination, Simple close-up, Electronic far back, and Perfecto with the utility.
Is it possible that maybe what happens in these pistol rounds is that NaVi, because of the nature of pistol rounds, you're going to be like a little bit quicker. They just don't run out of time. That's why they win at least half of them.
Yeah, that's perhaps the reason. I like that. I like that you look at these issues from a completely different angle than everyone else in the world.
You've got to try and find, something at least.
All right, Electronic back of the high train, the green train, and Carrigan's going to crouch right into his crosshair. There was a world in which Rops got that kill, but it's not this one. Oh, that's a perfect flashbang. Great job from Chris J. Simple is destroyed, demolished. And these Deagles are still dangerous at the long angles.
Yeah, again, NaVi, for all the winning the pistol rounds, you don't want to just give it up right away. Oh, nice shot from Chris. That looked not like he was even going to be able to see him at all, but he did. Taking him down. 3
That's not Electronic's best peak. That's not going in the highlight reels.
Maybe not. Oh, Robs is down here. I don't think they know, but he's kind of low on health, and that made it easy for Perfecto finding him. Chris wants to get that bomb plant down. He's being shot in the shins. That'll work out badly. Oh, no! He jumped off the ladder. Flamey making himself very hard to hit there. They have the M4, and they've tied it up 7-7.
That round did feel kind of dangerous, though. Even who was it at 4 HP dropping into inner bomb site? That could have been a very scary situation. If he was able to make it down and beat the timing, even with 4 HP, you can be impactful. So rifles are picked up by mousesports on offense as they'll be attacking into NaVi. But they've got a long way to go. on this T side, the more difficult side of Train.
Well, yeah, especially, I mean, we haven't even seen the AWP potentially coming out on NaVi's CT side. That could be one of those things, maybe even the double orb if they really feel it. Electronic pushing forward, and he can't see anything. He managed to do a bit of damage, and Flamey will at least follow up on the kill on Kerrigan there. But Boomich, Edge, oh, that's almost a double kill. I'm not sure if he even realizes, but Chris is lucky. Maybe not so much.
Not anymore. It all runs out eventually.
Has to, right? He's trying not even to take a breath inside of that smoke. Just, please. Don't shoot. And Simple will take down Frozen. Back in the lead are NaVi. Now 5 rounds away from potentially taking the win here.
And if you try and extrapolate that round to think like what mousesports T side is going to look like for the rest of this half, I don't think you're going to be too pleased with it. That's a pretty busted round that they just got demolished on. We'll see if it improves in the future, but again, if NaVi can win this one clean, you'll start seeing the AWPs out. You're going to start seeing them with so much cash. The Molotovs are going to be there. It's only going to get more difficult, and the idea that mousesports will be able to grind 6 gun rounds on their T side it's not one that I think is a realistic dream. Ooh!
That is a way to do it. Just don't even need to see them. Shoot them through the smoke right in the head. It's a difficult skill to master, but apparently Frozen has done it. They did lose Flamey, obviously, down there, and Kerrigan went down right before. So 4-on-4. Electronic patiently waiting and rewarded for that patience with a double kill. Chris and Frozen left. 2 versus 4. This is a pretty long range for the Tech 9. Not at all meant for it. He actually still did a little bit of damage. And now it's Frozen left. 1 versus 4. And I don't know. More kills would be fun, but not going to happen. We're denied even that.
9-7. 2-round lead.
Look at Electronic. 19-9.
That's not too shabby. I mean, listen, fair play to Frozen as well. He's 16-10. That's not too far off.
Yeah, that's a good point. He's been doing his very best. mousesports are going to have money in this round, but I mean, again, they're going to be running out a lot. And NaVi, once they start to pick up, well, they got that AWP on Simple, but they still have more they could upgrade. It's going to get really tricky, I think, for mousesports to find a lot of rounds right now. Not impossible, just unlikely. Are they going to try and double drop? Not yet, anyway. That fight at Pop Dog is just ever evolving. There are so many different ways of doing it.
Yeah, it's been that'd be a cool piece of content for someone to create. Would be the evolution of like the ladder room meta.
Yeah. How do you do it? Not even that. I mean, it's within like the last year that we started seeing people pushing up on the CT side to fight, you know, directly up, just looking straight up. That became a thing, and then yeah, just a lot of stuff happening.
Oh, Boomich gonna get in there late. Rops has just abdicated his throne. Woo. He was ready. He knew it with that throw of the smoke that would likely attract someone, or that it could attract someone. And now a crossfire over towards Ivy. Frozen's gone into the smoke, and Flamey's got him. That is a easy giveaway of the man advantage. And now mousesports, yeah, they have to make it to the bomb train in 35 seconds, but NaVi think this is going to be a B hit. They've got 3 players there.
Yeah, they do, but they also have Electronic flanking, and I mean, if he's quick enough, even if they're in the bomb side, right, he could take down just one person while the bomb is being planted, and that could be a big deal. They're not even looking for it at all. He's still another 10 seconds away from actually firing a bullet. Missed opportunity from Simple. 14 seconds now, and the bomb, yeah, it's going to be planted right here. I think that flank is going to be the big deal. The Walkstick turning around and taking him down. Oh, that was such a long build-up for absolutely nothing. Flamey goes down, and the round collapses for NaVi. Wow.
You gotta, I mean, you want to talk about really thin margins. You have to put this round lost for NaVi on Simple's shoulders. If he gets that pick, which is like a pretty standard shot for any Opper, much less, you know, the best player in the world, Walksick probably doesn't turn around and clear his flank. He has to keep eyes forward to protect his teammates. So one missed shot, and that's a lot of dominoes that have to fall.
Yeah,
and Simple,
I think that's fair play.
Yeah, I mean, what, are you going to save your up here? Kerrigan? I'm surprised Kerrigan didn't try and push him and take that weapon out of his hands.
He's trying now. Oh! I don't know how they see anything through all that smoke, but fair play. 8-9 though.
Damn zoomers in their eyesight again.
I know. It's impressive. I love it. I'm just living vicariously through them. I feel like NaVi should have won this round, and the fact that mousesports win it instead, I mean, it puts a lot of pressure on the NaVi economy. They need to keep the focus right here. That is, if they want to close it on this map. There is another one if they don't. Simple, right position, but two people at the same time. There's a Molotov there to back him up, but they're going to go on the high ground, not slowing down, jumping right through. A lot of pressure. Oh no, Chris falling to his death, and Simple taking down Carrigan. What a ton of event.
Yeah, but the nice thing is the bomb didn't commit. The bomb is still up in box halls. So mousesports have a chance to readjust if they want to go for it, and they might have to now. That's a huge pick to get. And you can see Electronic still waiting at the back of Old Bomb Train, looking for information out of ladder room, and now he's got it. Now he knows exactly what the end game is. Roxic and Frozen versus 4, and they've got a long way to go. No smokes, just a couple of flashes.
How are they going to get the plant down here? I mean, it's hard to cover everything. A bit of a fight. Oh, Frozen with the double. They definitely had the opportunity. They knew where he was. They could have taken that. Woxic with a headshot, and now it's on Simple. 1 versus 2. He gets the scope, and now he's going to run him down with the Tech 9, and a bullet will do it. A quad kill for Simple in the clutch. I mean, that's an amazing win, but it should have never even got to that, should it?
No, it shouldn't have, but I mean, it happens. Frozen hits a couple very nice shots, especially that first kill is so clean that he's got time to adjust for the second one. That's a nice performance from him that almost pulls out a winning moment. And man, mousesports is running out of opportunities. 10-8, NaVi just 3 rounds away from taking the grand champion or the grand finals. And mousesports is fully bought up, fully invested into this round. So another round where it feels like the map, the series, the finals, it's all on this.
It very, very well could be. Tech pause coming in now. Haven't seen any of those yet, but fair enough. Keyboard. Wait. Half of them are saying ready. They fixed the keyboard in less than 2 seconds.
That's not bad.
That's very quick. What could have happened? Did someone put like the numlock on and didn't realize and couldn't buy?
Sticky keys? Does that still happen? Does that still happen?
Surely not. Isn't that the first thing you do when you get a new version of Windows? You go check the sticky keys.
Actually, I don't think I've done that since the reformat.
Wow. Well, it used to be a serious issue. I guess maybe not so much anymore. 10-8, but you're right. This could absolutely be, the pivotal moment. All of the investment has gone into this round for mousesports. This is their chance to do something, and look at this aggression. Flashbang right into the kill on Woxic, who did not have any head armor. He's dead.
Yeah, he's very dead. All right, well, at least they can salvage the AWP. Perfecto gonna drop an early smoke, 1 minute and 26 seconds. All 4 members of mousesports that are still alive are here, and there's 3 defenders. Although they were just shifting the defense. 1 more kill for Perfecto, goes back for more, and he didn't have any more teammates to capitalize on the distraction, but Simple with the AWP is here and taken down. Rops with 1 more through the smoke into a 2-on-2, and he's got all 3 kills for Mouse so far.
Absolutely unbelievable. I really didn't think it was going to work out that way. Chris trying to see if he get a chance with the AWP. He's going to fall back slightly further, but Robs has run out of luck in this round, and he's going to finally go down to Flamey, and now it's Chris here. Oh, what a quick shot. Boomich has to get close here and try and see if he can get the kill and the defuse right away. He does have a defuse kit, but Chris, oh, he's going to get it. A nice double kill, and that will be the round for mousesports.
Oh, my lord. What a battle to get in. What a huge victory. And that has done so much more than just won them the round. Not only do they keep their economy flowing, but look at the money on NaVi. They're right at the end of the road too. This map's going down the stretch. In a world where NaVi's had maybe 2 rounds in this so far, where if they had won them, they could have just swept the rest of the map. It would, like, the possibility would have been there. Now we have this grinded out affair. And if mousesports can keep winning alternate rounds, it doesn't really matter that they're on the T side, because they will just be destroying the economy over and over again for NaVi. If NaVi can't get the AWP, can't get the Molotovs, can't get all the nades you need, then the CT side loses a lot of its advantages. So this is a perfect situation now for mousesports.
10-9. Who would have thought that it would have actually come to this? Again, to me, that looked like not a very winnable round at all. As soon as Simple got that first kill as they crossed into the bomb side, I thought that was pretty much it. But They managed to stick in here, mousesports, and that's impressive. Orb on Simple, and then Pistols to follow it up. Woxic goes for a bit of an early fight here, but Simple's up there. Oh, he didn't need to see anything. He shot him through the wall.
Oh, dear. Here we go. They're going to press the issue. They're going to continue the attack. And that's fine. It's only USPs around this AWP and Simple. He's not involved in the action so far. He's desperately rotating back to try and get there in time. Kerrigan looking for the peek towards Ivy, and nothing presenting itself to Simple. There's Chris J with another kill. 2 in the round so far, and that should be the danger. Now the plan for Simple has to change. To retreat and to save the op.
Yeah, it is not worth it. As much as you may want to, it's not going to happen. I mean, there was a bit of a moment there, I think, if you're going to go one more kill, but there were so many grenades raining down on top of his position that wasn't looking likely at all. So, not happening this time. Nice shot from Perfecto. They could steal the rifle. Again, that would make a big difference, but this is mousesports tying up the scoreline. It's 10-10. Surviving the potential ult threat there.
Yeah, especially when he gets that first kill, you feel like he's going to build something off of it. Not bad from mousesports. Showing a little bit of fight still, and we're all tied up. Simple with the AWP, Perfecto with the salvaged AK-47. And again, we're in a weird situation. I don't even know if NaVi can buy in this. What a huge risk to the economy. Boomich at 3,300, Flamey at 2,400. If you buy into this round, you're kind of all or nothing.
Yeah, that's honestly what it feels like, isn't it? And again, from NaVi's point of view, this was supposed to be the slightly easier side for them, where they could have, they could have done a lot. And most of their rounds right now are built off winning that initial pistol round. And that can't quite do it.
Outside of the pistol rounds, the first 4 rounds of each half, like this has been mostly mousesports game, or entirely mousesports game outside of the first 4 rounds of each half.
Yeah, which is a bit weird, right? It doesn't feel like we should be saying that, but it's kind of true.
I will say, as someone who has competed in the max rounds 12 era, winning both pistols and the first 4 rounds of each half and then losing the map is the worst feeling in the world. You feel like a complete idiot.
I feel like we pretty much had it all served. We could have done it. And
then it doesn't get any better than this, and we still managed to screw it up.
Yeah, might be what NaVi are experiencing right now. Well, they bought into the round. They saved the AWP and the AK. They bought another M4, a couple of Deagles. They want to keep up the fight. Hoping for that one good opening that'll just, make it maybe a little bit of an easier round for them. Pretty forward position from Flamey down at Ivy. Otherwise, it's pretty much a standard round here coming out from NaVi. Nothing special going on.
Yeah, but you wonder when they're going to call Simple over. He's a bit far in the rotation, so if they don't get a jump on it, if they don't get some kind of an early warning, they're in trouble. Flamey's going to go down, and now Frozen has made it back towards spawn side. That's the rotation from Simple, and he just deletes him. Oh, it all comes crashing down for NaVi. Boomich and Perfecto against 5.
I have no idea why Boomich is still alive, and what a beautifully absurd peek coming out from Frozen there. That it didn't look like he stopped running. He just kept running around the corner, shot him right in the face.
Kind of like that.
Kind of like that.
A little bit like that. He got a little taste of his own medicine.
Well, it was about time somebody shut him down.
Yeah, but
20 kills.
I don't think Perfecto is going to be able to keep this. Certainly not if he stays in CT spawn. And that's kind of the situation that he's dealing with right now. I'm actually a little bit surprised mousesports isn't hunting more. Their economy isn't great, though. But if you can see Rops pushing all the way up.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, again, with someone like Simple on the other side, why would you risk running into that AWP a little bit later on? That could be horrendous.
And you should have some read of the economy that is going to be battered. I mean, NaVi have another near impossible decision to make. They're down 1 round. They're down 10-11. And an investment here means more than likely mousesports just straight up wins the game. But you also don't want to be fighting for overtime. You'd rather be fighting for the win of the map.
This is actually turning into a little bit of a NaVi collapse, isn't it? What's going on? Why aren't they able to fight back? They've just lost 3 in a row, and That's got to change. All they have now is pistols, and again, that one AWP on Simple, which could be very, very powerful. But last time, they couldn't make it work.
Oh, he's just shown its presence outside. He took a shot towards T-mid, towards T-con. And then he's backed away to the inner sight. This is not, it looks like, at least for the moment, where the main hit is going to come. mousesports is very happy to spread out and just a standard default and not really commit to anything out of spawn. Now with that pick, you can see they're starting to creep into this outer yard. Flamey is going to defend it old hell, and he's going to go down with just the pistol.
Perfecto going down next, and I mean the true shine of having this one AWP and the pistol surely is the AWP getting the early kills and the pistol sort of helping out later on. When all the pistols are down and the AWP is sort of just left alone on its own, it's just not going to have that much of an effect. They don't lose a single player mousesports. They get to 12 rounds, a single one away from Inferno.
This is wild.
It is wild.
Have you ever seen anything like it?
I probably but,
it's not coming to you at the moment.
It's not. I just think it's the fashion in which NaVi get off to such powerful starts, and then they just sort of say, "Oh, yeah."
It's the idea that we're in a world where NaVi could actually win. Even if it ends up, let's say mousesports takes this to Inferno, and then they win the final map. You're in a world where NaVi wins 8 of 10 pistol rounds and loses the series. It's in MR12 as well.
Yeah, that should give you the best possible foundation to win.
Like that'd be a stunning way for mousesports to win a series. I mean, even to be tied 2 for 2 in maps and losing every pistol round. Like that's pretty crazy in and of itself. Here we go. Last opportunity potentially for NaVi. They have to win 2 in a row to force overtime.
Wow. Only a 2-round gap. You're right. Double rounds here, and it's overtime, which you haven't had yet in the. We've had a chance for it, but
they have. The other casters have. Henry and Chad had the privilege and the honor of casting a few overtime games.
All right,
they got lucky with some of those close, drawn out all the round affairs earlier on in this event.
Well, maybe we'll get it too. Still a chance here. Good damage on Woxic to begin with. It's a good start. Could be setting themselves up kind of nicely. Boomich last time tried to go aggressive in front of that smoke, and Robs was ready. This time he is not even. And actually, Robs has more tricks to try and force a fight. Not going to happen, though.
Only Flamey has any nades for the NaVi defense. There's one kit that's on Perfecto at the inner bomb site. The bomb is there as well in box halls. Ooh! I think he just spotted maybe the other 2 defenders as well. I think they're just going to straight up hit this bomb site. Pop flash off the wall. Simple needs to be involved. Perfecto misses the opportunity. He was spotted out. He was pre-fired, and now he's gone. Simple has not been sprung into action just yet, and he's playing a dangerous game behind this smoke.
It's a good kill for Simple, but it's not going to be quite enough here. Man, that opening kill from Robs inside all the way towards A main over there, that's the closest I've ever seen anyone sort of killing someone with an AK while shrugging at the same time. It was so casual. He just did it. 13-10. They're going to go on to a 5th map here at the Grand Finals. Very, very cool stuff coming out of mousesports. They look so powerful at the end here.
They really did. I can't win a pistol round to save their lives, it seems, but as soon as they take a round off NaVi and consequently their guns as well, it seems like there's absolutely no stopping them. And
Who needs pistol rounds?
Exactly, but I do need to ask, finally, are you satisfied with Mouse?
I'm starting to really get there, especially Frozen. What an absolute monster. He was just cruising into all of the bomb sites, shooting people in the face. That was really enjoyable. I thought that was really cool. I've shifted some of my disappointment onto NaVi now. Okay, I have the same amount of disappointment, I've just moved it somewhere else. Okay,
Moses, what do you think the disappointment Anders has with NaVi is? Talk me through it.
I mean, you have to just, the whole train, like the entirety of their gun rounds. Like I keep going back to it, but it's because this is one of like the main criticisms of Max Rounds 12 as a format, is that the pistol rounds are too strong. So when you start out essentially by winning both pistol rounds, NaVi was up 8-0 in this game. So they only needed 5 gun rounds to close things out, or 5 more rounds to close things out, and they couldn't do it, which is crazy considering this team, considering they were on the CT side at the end as well. That's such an impressive win for mousesports to be able to grind out T rounds against a defense that has that kind of a lead on you.
It seems like a shame for me with NaVi because they seem to have so much success in getting plants, particularly on the outside site, and yet they just couldn't hold. I'm just wondering why that was, Moses.
That's a really good question. I'm kind of wondering the same thing myself. I imagine players of NaVi are wondering the same things themselves right now. I bet that's exactly what they're talking about at this very moment.
Oof, I would not want to be in that team speak.
I kind of do.
Yeah, you do? Okay, well, maybe we can add that as a feature if we do Games Without Borders again. Then if we can get team comms, I'd really appreciate it. We might need a Russian translator as well, however, because I don't think they're going to be swearing in English somehow. But I think they'll be swearing.
There's going to be a lot of that going on for sure, right? Like there's a lot of opportunities anyway to drop some bombs there. It was just kind of unforgivable for NaVi in some sense. Again, it feels like they're getting the lead in some of these games, like they're setting themselves up nicely, and then they just don't really want to follow through.
Well, we got the ultimate decider coming up next. It's going to be our 5th map of this best of 5 final. It's Inferno. Stick with us to the end, because quite soon we're going to find out who our champion of Gamers Without Borders is.
Hi everyone, my name is Khadijah. I'm 26 years old and I'm a registered nurse. I'm currently in New York City right now helping fight this pandemic that we're all going through, known as COVID-19. I've taken a 21-day crisis contract that requires me to work every single day from 7 p.m. to 7:30 a.m. at a public hospital here.
Direct Relief is a humanitarian aid organization focused on health services for people who can't afford their care and emergencies. For 72 years, what we've been trying to do is make sure that those taking care of people who get sick or hurt have the tools they need to do that job.
Currently, I'm in a makeshift ICU unit. This unit has 35 rooms, and the rooms are doubled, 2 patients to a room. Traditionally, this is not an ICU, but because the acuity has increased, we've had to make ICUs out of floors that normally wouldn't be. It's very different from what I'm used to, but I'm learning how to adapt, and thankfully I have a really great team here. A lot of the other nurses that were deployed come from ICUs, similar ICU backgrounds, and we kind of just band together and we make it work.
Well, coronavirus is unusual in that it's caused a simultaneous crisis everywhere. Hospitals that are running out of drugs, health workers who don't have the PPE, the gloves, the gowns, the face shields, the face masks, the respirators. We're doing our best to mobilize and connect it to everyone who needs it as fast as we can.
So this is the PPE that we're provided with when we get on shift. We have boot covers, a gown, a shield, and then I'll wear my N95 mask anytime I'm off the unit or in the patient's room. But because this isn't a normal ICU and the rooms aren't negative pressure, we wear PPE all throughout the night just to protect ourselves.
To see the communities coming together to combat maybe a common enemy, but in their own community with people who are stepping up, stepping out and stretching themselves and keeping them safe and protected so they can keep the rest of us safe and protected. It's a privilege for us to be able to play a role for people who find themselves in these crises.
Normally as nurses we're required to work 12-hour shifts and about 3 a week. This is new for me, having to do 21 in a row. I did not think that I was gonna make it, but here we are. It's been just really rough on the body. I eat maybe once or twice a day because my main priority is trying to get back to the hotel to go to sleep. And I think that's how most of us feel. We'll kind of get something quick and easy to eat for breakfast, and then we wake up with an hour, 45 minutes to get ready to go back to work because we're just so tired.
People like Khadijah are on the front lines, and sometimes all you see is a uniform. But these are people who are there every day, and particularly with coronavirus, they are risking their own health to take care of patients who are sick, people who are scared, and for those thousands of acts of courage every day. It's inspiring, and that's what courage looks like.
I'm glad that I was able to kind of record and show you guys what's going on here in New York. It has been a very tough experience. I feel like I really made a difference during this pandemic. It was difficult being away from home and being out of my comfort zone, living in a hotel for 3 weeks, but I'm grateful that I had the opportunity to experience this.
Right now, 70.8 million people have been forced to flee. It's not just a number. These are human beings who have had to leave behind everything they know and love. A daughter, a mother, a father, a son, families just like ours. They need all the support we can provide. Emergency aid, food, shelter, clean water and sanitation, education, legal assistance, and camp management. We protect people displaced from the world's most dangerous conflicts and reach more than 8.5 million people in over 30 countries. With over 70 years of experience, we've evolved into a leading global humanitarian organization.
The Norwegian Refugee Council is present in wars and crises around the world. We help millions of people who have fled their homes. We provide hope. We help provide a future.
Our 14,000 aid workers help people across the world. We help save lives and rebuild futures.
My name is Amy Bowen. I just got back from a deployment in Brooklyn, New York for the COVID-19 pandemic. That's not necessarily the case. I've seen it. We have a 16-year-old in there that doesn't have, multiple comorbidities. They have children in there. We have several pregnant women, and these are young, healthy people. Right now, I think everybody is holding together strong. They're doing well. I am concerned about everyone's mental health when this, comes down, because we are losing such a huge amount of patients. I do think everybody's scared. Everybody is doing the best they can to take care of these patients and still trying to protect themselves, because they do ultimately go home to families and husbands and children, and no one knows what to do, if you should just stop seeing your family or stay in a hotel for risk of infecting them, or even, worse, them passing away due to an illness that you've brought home. I really think if people would just stay inside and be socially responsible and realize that no one's being oppressed, that they're just being inconvenienced, that just stay inside and shop online and do the things that you can do, but distance yourself. It's amazing, because your donations, your funding has allowed nurses like me to come to the front line and help and be the extra hands that they need to allow the nurses that are at the facilities and they're inundated with patients and overwhelmed to be better nurses, to take better care of these patients, to get better outcomes.
Welcome back to the grand final of Gamers Without Borders. This is the CSGO International Elite Tournament, and just NaVi and mousesports remain with one map on the line that decides it all. And we are going to Inferno. And Moses, you described this as the map you want to see as a decider. Why is that?
I don't know. There's some weird inherent quality in Inferno where it always delivers like really cool games. I think it's because the bomb sites are set up for like retakes so well. There's just been so many iconic moments on it. We all know the long history of Inferno, but it's just such a fun map and a well-known map to be a final map in a series. I don't know. This has me all sorts of confused at the moment, this whole NaVi mousesports thing, because this was a story about NaVi just being dominant and up until like the second half of Nuke. They could have had like a nice, quick, relaxing, easy 3-0, and they've really made this difficult on themselves.
They have indeed. And Anders, what would a win tonight mean for one of these teams going forward, given that both of them have found things quite hard in online play recently?
Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to say because it's MR12, so I'm not even sure if it's going to make a big difference going forward. But, I mean, I feel like for NaVi, like, considering how long they've been ahead in this finals, they should surely find a way to close this out.
Okay, well, this is it, ladies and gentlemen, our final map of this best-of-5 grand final. Moses and Anders, please take it away.
All right, well, here we go. Final map. We got all 5, and it's mousesports starting on the CT side, NaVi on the T side. So, once again, big welcome. We've got 5 HE grenades on the mousesports side. I love everything about this. The
that
good
is
plan. I don't care how it works out. It's good.
Yeah, I'm all for it as well. Sign me up. I don't even care if they win. I mean, at this point, you've lost 8 of 8 pistol rounds so far in this series. You might as well try something really crazy.
Blow them up. Surely that is, yeah. That's what all someone said. Let's just blow them up. And someone took it literally.
All 5 players took it quite literally.
Yeah.
Now, the problem is finding, like, organizing which choke point you're going to be aiming at. Obviously, it'd either be lane at the moment, I guess quad for the European viewers, and over towards these halls as well if Chris J is the one to spot them first. And halls would be spectacular, especially Rop's close up with the CZ.
Oh, this HE from Chris is going to be pretty good. Lands on top of them, another one to follow it up, but that's already a couple of people pretty low as they come through. Robs and Woxic will clean it all up. Actually, mousesports might finally win a pistol round. It might be time for them to do it. Having lost 8 pistol rounds in a row here, it feels like it's gone their way. Perfecto in a 1 versus 4, and he goes down. Woxic with the triple. Mousesports have done it.
Oh, that feels good. That's like a weight off the shoulders. It only took a nade stack, a smoke in the choke point, and a CZ on the other side to do it.
Surely that's the breakthrough moment. That's where it all changes. The clouds, part way for a blue sky. It's all just, all just right there for them.
Yep. Scooby-Doo shaped cloud.
Yeah, all that.
I'll tell you, if you're NaVi and you have that double nade stack come in as soon as the smoke is deployed, you feel awful. You feel like you've been read in such a big way. Rops is going to have a shotgun close up in halls. And what? There's no real investment for NaVi. Simple has full armor and a deagle. They've got 3 other deagles picked up around that, but no utility. So they're really relying on these picks.
Yeah, that's what they need. I love the auto shotgun there on Robs. That's a powerful statement. Playing mousesports, I mean, they've had pretty much bad starts to every single map they've played so far. So it'd be nice for them to be able to change that around. Although Chris does go down, Robs is still here and could do a lot of damage if he's looking the right way. It looked like he was about to get caught. I think Flamey knows. Oh, clotheslines him. That is beautiful.
Oh, they can actually trap him, but no, they can't get up mid. Frozen held him back for just long enough for Woxic to evacuate. But man, they have all the information. 1 holes, 1 are up mid, and that's the only defender at the B bomb site. Now they can just rush back. Woxic's gonna miss a chance. Electronic picks him off, and congratulations, you won the pistol round, but then you stub your toe in the second. This is gonna be a NaVi victory.
Is this some kind of comedy that they're putting on for us? Is this what's happening here? It's like, haha, guys.
I don't know.
We won the pistol, but guess what? It's all just a joke. How does this happen?
I'm not even sure. They got absolutely wrecked by all those deagles. And it felt like NaVi didn't really have to do much. They just kind of found the kills. They just walked right into them. Remember, no utility, 4 deagles. That was it.
Maybe they were so surprised, mousesports, at the feeling of winning a pistol round that they weren't even really ready for it. Like, they didn't know what to do next. They're like, oh, God.
Yeah, they've never played a second round with that kind of an advantage.
Well, back to square one for mousesports in some sense. Another game that could start off kind of rough if they can't turn it around here. I like the idea of the scout, and I can't believe he actually won the fight. Going back for more.
I can't believe there wasn't a swing from middle. No one was there ready for that swing at all. Rop's now in a new position. Oh my God. It's happening.
Yeah, oh, nice shot from Boomich. Otherwise, that was going to be actually a fairly stacked bomb site, but now at least they could try and get in. Leading the charge up here with the MP9, and he is going to clean it up so nice. It's meant for that kind of work, exactly. Woxic pushing through, but just with the USP, and with Boomich holding it on the other side. Not going to get close. mousesports denied the chance to add some of their own shenanigans.
That was sketchy, though. That felt very doable. And Rops is even coming over to investigate the situation. Just going to stick around and play for exits. So it's going to be 2-1 in the favor of NaVi as they've strung 2 rounds together, even though there was some sketchiness at the start of that one.
Yeah, more Rops coming in.
Rops gets a free M4.
And he'll be happy about that. That'll help out. But still, NaVi winning a second round here. Now the thing that is really starting to bug me a little bit is now if NaVi go on a big run here and they get up to like a strong lead, how long before they then suddenly decide I can't do it anymore? You know, they're like you know, they have no patience for like any kind of like a marathon kind of thing. They just start out sprinting, and then when they run out of steam, someone else is going to overtake them. Gotta plan those trips a bit better.
I don't know, man. I'd say it's not likely considering they're on the T half now if they have a good first half and switch over to the easier side of things, but the same exact thing happened on Train. They got to switch over to CT side with a big lead, and they just still let it go. Flamey only able to get the 1. Kerrigan and Frozen each with a couple of kills. Kerrigan's going to get traded off. So is Voxic. And it's just Frozen left. 1 versus 3. Electronic is the man tasked. Oh my God, these Deagles. These Deagles are wild.
It's like he willed him into peeking that angle.
He's like, wait for me to get set. Wait for me to get the crosshair in the right place and peek.
Like he Jedi mind tricked him into doing it. Like, you will walk around the corner. And he's like, okay, I'm doing it. Well, it's going to be a save the AK-47. No point in Frozen really running across the map trying to 1v2 them. So it will be a third round for NaVi, but not inexpensively so. And again, saving the AK is kind of cool.
Oh yeah, that's a huge benefit. And look, and a Molotov and a nade.
And a chicken that he's got following him.
Oh, you can get some eggs for breakfast.
Multiple chickens, in fact.
Oh my God, he can make breakfast for Kerrigan.
And maybe a farm. Maybe there could be like a Counter-Strike farming simulator. If you could do the Jedi mind trick, what would be your first?
Don't do that. There's no good answers for this one. You're setting me up for failure. You're setting me up for a lot of trouble.
Wow, that's a lot of paranoia, Jason. That makes me, you know. Could use it to enhance someone's, just their own confidence, saying, you're a great person.
Yeah, is that what you do, Anders?
Yeah, I don't know what you were thinking about, but yeah.
Sure. Here we go. Molotov out towards car at top banana. 2 defenders, Kerrigan and Frozen for mousesports. No aggression beyond the utility usage. Although the CT side now pushing down, and Kerrigan finds a perfect angle for the spray.
Electronic, look at how far down he is. I mean, I was almost wish he would have kept going, but I guess Robs is kind of holding it early on here. Flashbang to set it up. That is a perfect idea, and Robs is kind of lucky to get away from that.
Oh, that is a great flick over. That was fast. Flamey goes down, And it's a 5-on-3.
Good commitment from Flamey. I mean, he was in on that fight, but didn't even matter. Nice to see.
I love the way Woxic has a nice flick to take down Flavey, and what you took away from that was, man, Flavey really committed to that swing.
Yeah. I just like it. I like it when people go for those, like, you know, like I'm in on this fight.
DDK levels of commitment when he goes in, he's in.
It's hard to be as committed as Dan is. I'm not gonna lie. He's the master of that. So 5th round, and it's a 5-on-3. Hard for NaVi to turn this into a victory. Not hard for them to do a lot of damage, and that is still going to be something that mousesports will dread. Molotov into the pit to try and force someone out while they're wrapping around Arch, and that is going to be called to an end, that wrap. Nice turnaround from Boomage. Oh my god, great double headshot. He's going to continue. What a triple from Boomage. That was all in the space of 3 seconds, and that's going to, again, be very expensive for mousesports.
Yeah, that's a really good effort from Boomage to at least limit the amount of economic growth that mousesports has. And NaVi can actually buy here. They have 3 players really busted on money, but they've got 2 players who are extremely rich. So they can buy 2 AKs themselves, drop 2 over to their teammates, and we've got a solid round for NaVi coming up.
Wow, didn't really expect to see that turn, that rapidly, but the fact that they had to rebuy all this stuff on mousesports means they're not really home safe yet. Some standard grenades being thrown to try and get a little bit of banana control, which mousesports will give up fairly easily. They don't want to stick around. They are low on grenades already, mousesports, in fact.
Yeah, especially Kerrigan. He's completely out and defending this B-bomb site. Turn of the corner is Boomage, pre-firing the angle. Frozen has the final smoke, and 1 more flashbang left. But for NaVi, that's mission accomplished. They get to the top of Banana. They force out some nades early on.
Yeah.
And now they can just kind of sit and wait and play this round patiently, as we know they love to do. You're going to see them readjust across the map. Flamey coming over from A halls. And this is going to be a B hit down the stretch. You have to imagine. Looks like mousesports have the same idea with Chris J rotating over. At least
they feel like they know. I mean, this could be huge, right? Especially with the boost up there. I mean, if they start to spray through, if there's 2 people on the other side, it could absolutely work out. There's the smoke, but looking right over is Kerrigan. He's going to get the 1 kill. He's down immediately. Frozen is traded right away. 30 seconds on the clock here, and yeah, Chris, he's just not quite forward enough to be able to get the kill. So it's a 3-on-3. Bomb is down now. Electronic on 2 health, and again, without any grenades, it's going to be a tricky retake. Not impossible, though.
Oh, not impossible, but they have to worry about this AWP is the one defining factor of this, and the fact that Chris J and Woxic have no money. If they lose these weapons, there's no chance for any kind of a fight in the next round. This could be huge for NaVi. If they win this, they have a lot of advantages moving forward. Here it comes. 1 flashbang out, simple drops. Woxic peeking with the AWP. Chris J gonna turn the corner. Perfecto still got it. And they don't have time for the defuse. Even with the kit, they're gonna bail out, and they might lose everything just for the attempt, but Woxic saves the day.
Yeah, that was a very, very important kill coming through, saving that AWP. It would have been a disaster if they would have lost that too. NaVi, 4-2, and only the 2 rifles being saved there on the mousesports side, which, I mean, that's a little bit of something, but yeah, they used all of the grenades so early, and as you pointed out, NaVi kind of forcing them out, the rest of them, and then it was just an easy choice for them walking into the B-bomb site.
And a bit of a timeout called by mousesports as they have to kind of scrape together whatever they can, whatever kind of buy. Remember, they have that AWP, they have the 1 saved weapon, but other than that, they're pretty, busted in terms of what else they can buy, what else they can fight for. But again, this is the very similar situation to Train, where it's like NaVi, with this kind of an early stance, an early success, they've won 4 of the 6 rounds we've played so far. Like, already on the T side in MR12, 4 is not a bad place to be in at this juncture.
No, it's really not. It's once again NaVi, proving that they can have really, really good starts. Now we just need for them to not, suddenly stumble and fall and let mousesports right back in the game. That's happened a fair few times so far. So far, I mean, Boomage is at 7-3, Woxic is 8-3, so those are sort of the current leaders on the scoreboard. We'll see how they do getting into round number 7. I like this push from Robs. They have this one M4. I mean, this is all in. And he's going to get the kill on Boomich. That's not quite enough. He needs to do a bit more or try and escape. He's still pushing forward. And Perfecto, actually, with the Mac 10, he could do this, Robs. Backup is there. That's Kerrigan charging in. Oh! Takedown simple. What a beautiful, aggressive round out of mousesports so far.
Yeah, this is the round to take a risk like that when it's all you've got. And NaVi get caught sleeping. Flamey, 1 versus 4. Now 3 in the op is going to put him to sleep. 4-3. What a round from mousesports. And man, that's twice now, if you think about it, where NaVi have not been prepared for any kind of mid-aggression. Remember earlier, I think it was the second round with the Scout, where Chris J peeked down into alt mid, and there was no swing from mid. This time, Rops pushes down, and there's 2 players. He gets the first kill on Flamey, and then it's just Perfecto. And there's no one even looking for that. There's no one prepared for it whatsoever.
Wow, I mean, we were just only discussing it, it seemed like a round ago, how NaVi just needed to not give it back to mousesports. And then mousesports, well, they're not even giving it back, they take it back. 1 push with an M4, Kerrigan to follow it up, and the round was theirs. And NaVi back to pistols now instead. They really can't hold on to these leads, can they?
No, it's wild. I don't know. It's too early to even call it an adaptation from mousesports, but obviously this aggressive stance in these past 2 rounds has been suffocating for NaVi. Up on Woxic is posted up at the car. Looks like Simple knows it as well. And Rops is ready and waiting at top mid. 3 players about to come to their death. The question is, can they at least trade this? Boomich was the bait, and no success comes from that. mousesports has tied things up.
They don't lose a single player in that round. So that's, from having a fairly bad economy to turning it around with, the weapons they'd saved into this round where they don't lose anyone. And again, like that's going to really explode their economy. And now they've bought 4 HE grenades. Simple, because you want to join in? No HEs? No. All right. 4 grenades. Is that enough fireworks?
That's enough for me. I don't know, it probably isn't enough for you. Nothing seems ever good enough for you, Anders, in these rounds.
No, it can't have enough fireworks ever. They needed more.
Well, I think they needed a new angle of the fireworks, not necessarily more fireworks.
Yeah, there's probably some, if you made a graph, right? Let's say precision will, require less fireworks, but at some point, if you scale to have enough, it will work.
Okay, yeah. I guess I can't argue. I can't argue that.
Well, I'm just saying.
I know you've done a good job.
3 kills there for Frozen to add to it, but it's 5-4. mousesports back in the lead, and NaVi, I don't know. In the earlier games where they were ahead and lost, they were so far ahead that we were starting to say, "Oh, it's kind of done." Now they didn't even get to that. Does that mean mousesports? I mean, they've won the pistol round, even if they lost the second one.
Yeah, perhaps. I mean, still, this CT side of Inferno can be so strong. So, I mean, I guess we'll just have to wait and reserve judgment. But certainly, it just feels like NaVi, something goes wrong. Simple right now at 1 kill in the game, and that might be one indication of what's happening at the moment. But
yeah.
I don't know, it's hard. My brain is still kind of stuck on Train, where I think NaVi should have just closed it out there. They should have had the series 3-1 in my mind.
They left them hanging for too long. They wanted to toy with them, maybe. And now mousesports are back. In a big way. It is starting to feel like it's got a bit much. It's $10,000 on Robs. Almost the same on Woxic. I mean, that's going to take at least a round and a half to really chew through. That's a good foundation. Frozen, that smoke, it goes really, really far, but still gets the kill on Boomich. I actually thought he may have killed himself just then.
That's good mechanics as well with Frozen, just making himself a very difficult target in an awkward situation for Boomich trying to turn that corner. I think the smoke even pegged Boomich, so Frozen baits him into a really difficult fight. Woxic watching Rap side. 1 in pit, 1 at the bomb site as well. 28 seconds. NaVi not only not pulling the trigger still, but also very spread across the map as Perfecto runs up Banana right at the end. I guess trying to make a fake just by audio cues, but this has got to be a save. Surely they don't try and hit the B-bomb site with this much time left.
Well, it is NaVi. They may in fact be trying to do that. Smoking up in front here. 6 seconds on the clock and the bomb. Oh, and it's not going to be around at all. No chance. I don't even know. What is the explanation? Why does it keep happening? Why could they not learn?
I really struggle. I don't know how many times that has to occur to them. As we said, though, like this issue stretches back like 7 years. So at this point, I don't know. I guess you just give up.
Yeah, you don't. You just accept it. You just say, you know what? Fine. We just have to focus on what they're good at, which is not keeping time. Oh, nice flashbang all the way over the building for Robs to get the kill, but that was Woxic setting it up. That is actually a classic way of peeking that position.
All right, Flamey finds it through the smoke. Got the first couple of tags, and he does not want to press the envelope. He just backs away. You now have Simple with an AWP. You now have Flamey with an AK-47. You've got 4 flashbangs and a smoke to utilize throughout this round. The only problem you have at the moment is all 4 of your players are huddled up in these A-holes. There's no other point of attack. There's no real angle to throw a smoke that can be helpful.
Going to be very, very hard A-hold here. Oh, everyone coming up right at the same time. Simple getting a kill. Oh, Woxic trying to follow it up. And Chris showing up, I think, just at the right time. And that might have been exactly what they needed. Could have been an interesting 2-on-2 here at the end. But Chris will close it out. An expensive round, and I think one that could have got out of mousesports' control. But they managed to recover. And that's now 7-4 in their favor, man.
Yeah. 7-4. So NaVi would love, obviously, to grab this last round and get up to 5. But man, does it feel a little bit desperate? This has been a great half for mousesports. Again, you have to feel for mousesports to a certain degree. They're showing such a great amount of fight and resilience in a series where they've lost 8 out of 9 pistol rounds so far. And even the fact that they're in this series is impressive. The fact that they're winning 7-4 in this final map is amazing.
Yeah, and even the 9th round, right? They just lost the 2nd round anyway, so we almost don't even care at that point, you know? Yeah, I agree. It is kind of a lot of heart being shown here from mousesports, and they're getting their reward for it. Whereas NaVi still struggling to figure out how many minutes are in a round. And how does
They still don't have that information. Woxic is going to miss a shot. Smokes at the front of the bomb site so far. And no aggression on top of that for NaVi, baiting out a little bit of utility perhaps, but the defensive smoke is going to allow Kerrigan to get boosted up. Woxic perhaps can either rotate back to the A bomb site or get a new angle if they think the end game is this B site. But the unfortunate part about this defense is Frozen is the only one really in the site. It's going to be tough. If Kerrigan doesn't have success, Frozen is ruined, but he's got a smoke as well.
I was going to say he has another smoke, so now NaVi, I mean, 30 seconds is like an hour to them, but you still have to be worried. Yeah, oh no, they fail the run boost, and that just kind of drops them right in front of Kerrigan. Now the crossfire is set up, and they are getting murdered inside of that. That's a 3-for-1 trade with 18 seconds now. They actually will get the bomb plant down, but how do they hold this? It's a great duo of Electronic and Simple, but it's still a 2-on-4, and that's going to make it just a very, very difficult hold here. Everyone from mousesports started to set up. Robs is weirdly waiting. Finally going to be pushing forward, but that took a little bit of time. And if he goes down here, it actually could be interesting. Although Simple look at the wrong. Oh, he still turns for it. That is a nice turnaround. He's going to be dropped, and so will Electronic. And that's an 8th round in favor of mousesports.
All right, that's a great recovery. After going down 3-1, 4-2, mousesports bounce right back and rattle off 6 in a row to close out the first half. Now all they need is the second half pistol round, Anders. Can they win 2 of 2?
I'm going to go ahead and say yes. I think it's time. I think it's mousesports. They've outlived all of the madness, and now it's time for them to really turn it around. Again, it would be kind of shocking if they ended up winning this final. Just if you look at how the whole thing is played out, you wouldn't necessarily come to that conclusion.
No, you probably wouldn't. 8-4. And and mousesports, an unlikely chance for the championship here at Gamers Without Borders. Remember as well, this is a charity event, so the winning team, whichever one of these two wins, gets $750,000 to commit to a charity of their choosing. The losing team gets $500,000 to commit to the charity of their choosing, and that is some wild, wild stuff. So even in a loss, you are contributing to some pretty awesome things. 13-4 scoreline for Woxic to lead mousesports. Boomich has the most kills on NaVi with just 7. Just the fragging production for NaVi seems to have dropped off the cliff.
Yeah, it has. I mean, Simple's up to 5 now, right? But he was 1-1 and 7 at some point during this game, and that in itself was kind of becoming an issue. Yeah, they need to put some more kills up, and it would be nice if it started with a pistol round at the very least, but they're starting to really fall far behind. 8-4. Just another 5 rounds for mousesports. And again, if they win the pistol, that could be at least the first, 2 or maybe even 3 of them, depending how it plays out. But then they're very, very close. Mousesports have only won 1 out of 9 pistol rounds so far. See if they could do more. Electronic shooting the wall and then getting taken right down. It's inside of the bomb site now. 2 members of NaVi defending. There's the CC. Actually, it's Perfecto, but the return is amazing. And mousesports on track to do it once again.
Oh, Boomich has something to say about that, though. He's going to come in through the smoke, surely. He's been spotted. He couldn't get through quick enough. Good heads-up play from Chris J, but there's Rups. The CZ from Palace and from Halls, and they've done it. A second pistol round in the best-of-5 series, and both of them come on the same map, and surely that is a nail in the coffin. At least one nail in the coffin for NaVi.
Yes, indeed. I mean, this is such a turnaround, isn't it? They end up winning, the 6 rounds in a row towards the end. Now they win the pistol on the second half and could probably continue to go for a little bit here. We'll see what NaVi do on that CT side. They are actually going to be buying, so they want to keep up the fight, which, I mean, this can work, but if it backfires, then they've given mousesports the first 3 rounds, and that'd be a hard comeback. Ouch.
Here we go, jumping up mid. Simple with the deagle is going to get way overwhelmed. No backup as well. No one to take any attention away. Electronic on the balcony with this 5-7. Man advantage for mousesports, and they are still like high octane pressing the issue.
Rosany's thinking about it. He could even just shoot him right through if he just wanted to try and take a guess. That'd probably work out pretty well even with the MAC-10, but there's the flashbang. Boomich waiting back there. That's a beautiful headshot, and he almost could have had it, but Chris will take him down and return now to 4-on-3. 50 seconds on the clock. The bomb has dropped really far back, and they are spread out all across the range of this map right now, NaVi. No one can really help each other out at the moment.
Yeah, NaVi need to just pick a bomb site and stack it. That's the only chance you have for a victory. And remember, they've invested entirely into this round, so even saving the armor, they won't be able to buy any kind of rifles or any kind of SMGs. There goes Perfecto defending the site from the wrong angle, and yeah, I mean, if you're Flaming Electronic, no reason to even head over in this direction. It's going to be a 10th round, double digits for mousesports. And I can't believe they're gonna outlast NaVi. And honest to God, at this point, it looks like NaVi's already done.
It does look like it. They were searching for a limit on how many rounds you can simply just run out of time, and I think we're up to like 6 or something, and that's more than a team can handle. Eventually, people lose confidence in the project. They don't know what's going on anymore. How can we help them?
I feel like one day there's going to be. I think mousesports might have just naded themselves as well. One day I think there should be like a documentary on the whole NaVi project over the years and be like, whose decision was it to sit around until 20 seconds are left on the clock?
Yeah, and how does it feel when it's the 100th time that it happens? Does it just become like an internal joke? You're like, guys, another one of those rounds. Cool.
Well, you know what? Let's get off the topic, Anders, because it really does hurt my head a little bit. And they're on the CT side now. They're still getting bulldozed. Here's the thing. They have to save in this round, NaVi, and it's 10-4. So if mousesports win this round where they have a massive advantage, they're going to have so many chances to close out this map. Like, I don't even know if Navi is going to be able to really fight a whole lot down the stretch. It'll be 11-4 score line. mousesports just 2 away from winning the championship.
Yeah, and realistically, if they win that first round, then even the next one will be a pretty poor economy from the Navi side. Flamey looking to swing with the Deagle, but they are right in front. I think he realized he heard that Mac 10 up close. He was like, oh dear, that's not what I wanted. And just cruising through. Kerrigan with 2 opening kills to win the round. That was quick and easy for him. You said bulldozer. Do you remember that weird like cartoon and like movie mixed with Jessica Rabbit, where the guy gets run over by a
Who killed Roger Rabbit?
Yeah,
Who framed Roger Rabbit? Who framed Roger Rabbit?
Something like that. That was
That's
a
a
horrifying
classic.
scene. That haunted my childhood. When you get like the rubber
Okay,
guy.
yeah. That's fair play. I can see how that'd be disconcerting as a child.
Yeah, I was terrified. But yeah,
Jessica Rabbit, though.
I didn't want to be the one to say it, Jason, but
I got you. I know
mind.
I know what's going on in your head.
unfortunately, yes. You could probably get some kind of compensation for that. You find a way.
I'm just gonna invoice you for all my therapy bills later in life.
Do that. You'll have a good case for sure.
11-4, a big lead for mousesports.
Yeah, the bulldozer is still on top of them. They have to find a way to get up and reinflate themselves in some fashion. Don't know how many people have actually seen that movie these days, but
not many. Not many. It's the wrong audience.
Yeah, probably is. Round number 16. Let's see how much mousesports is. It $750,000 they're going to give away to a charity of their choosing out of the list that we have. It'd be fun to see who they choose if they can actually get the next 2 rounds here. That is a lot of money to be given away, so
they should just donate it to NaVi, considering the way they're just giving up rounds these days.
buy a huge, giant, train station size clock to fit in their office. Made out of gold and diamonds.
Oh no. 3 players from mousesports at the top of Banana.
Like a clock that instead of having like an hour all the way around, it just has it has 1 minute and 55 seconds.
I don't even know if that would help.
Probably not, would it?
All right, well, this is a very passive defense from NaVi, and unfortunately for mousesports, it feels like they're investigating for information that they just can't find. That is a very cool timing, and it almost worked.
You know, I've seen Furia do that a lot, that kind of play where it's really, really cool. I absolutely love it. Chris, he really wanted to beat the timing. I think if he hadn't been shot in his little toes all the way through, it maybe have worked out, but it did slow him down quite a bit. So now it's a 5-on-3 with 15 seconds left on the clock, and they are getting picked apart here, mousesports. It's a bit of a shame.
Oh, good shot from Rops, but yeah, no time remaining in the round, and it's all over. All NaVi can do now is give up weapons that they don't want to rebuy, so no need to peek and try and take these AK-47s away. mousesports is going to have another crack at it. They've got plenty of cash.
Yeah, that was, but I'm actually going to say, just in case people start to criticize us and say, well, why are you complaining when mousesports run out of time? The difference is, they were clearly trying something. They wanted to get into Ouch. They wanted to have Kerrigan wrap around. There was a plan that was intelligible to your average human being, whereas some of the NaVi rounds, it's not so clear.
All right, smoke halfway up. Boomich. He's going to get one and add Chris J on top of it. Nade is out. Good early defensive Banana. And Kerrigan never knew that Boomich fell back. He got pulled into that peak, and now quickly it's a 5-on-2.
Oh dear. Especially with 5 members of NaVi still being alive, their economy is so shredded, but if they can actually pick up this round without losing too many players, that could give them a little bit of a buffer. And again, the gap is not that huge. Are mousesports going to be victim to the same kind of mentality, which is, so far ahead?
It's very possible. If they keep running into that brick wall, it'll be interesting to see if mousesports can find the adaptation on this T side to have some success, the way they've been able to find it in the previous 2 maps. And we just mentioned as well, I mean, despite Navi looking really, really disorganized and uncomfortable in that first half, the CT side can be so powerful once you're up and running. And Simple starting to come online. He had 1 kill like 8 or 9 rounds into that first half. He's up to 7. He's risen the ranks of his team very quickly. Flamey's going to get 1 more. Woxic, the last remaining. He will find Flamey. 27 seconds in a 1 versus 3.
Yeah, I don't think he realizes there's already another player right here. Simple, but he's not going to peek it. He wants to be absolutely sure. Woxic, oh, yeah. No, I don't think he saw it. I'm sure his teammate. It might have been the scope as well. Yeah, you're right. Just hearing it on the other side, and Simple will still take him down. That's some good attempts coming out there from Woxic, but it'll be a 6th round for NaVi. Not quite through yet. But again, like, the road back is... They can't really afford to stumble at this point in time.
I think that would be the most heartbreaking. Like, you have to think of this comeback as not just within a map, but also within the series. Like, coming back from 0-2 and grinding out those maps. The comeback on Train as well was very, very impressive. So, man, that would be a crushing blow if mousesports can't close this one out. Just 2 rounds away from becoming the champion. And Simple, Rops both peering up and down mid with scoped weapons. Rops is just a scout, so he's at a bit of a disadvantage, I'd say.
Ever so slightly. It does make it more challenging. You've just got to try and hit the headshots instead. Adds a level of excitement in some sense. Your life wasn't exciting enough already. Play with that scout. Man, they could do so much mousesports in this round if they got 3 kills. That would really, really hurt the NaVi economy in a deep way. Not going to be Kerrigan in charge of that. He goes down swiftly.
Yeah, that's the other game, is just dealing enough damage economically to where it just doesn't become a beast, where NaVi doesn't make so much money that you can never overcome it. Good kill from Rops, headshot with the scout.
Yeah, that was that was nice. That's what we just talked about.
The one thing Boomich doesn't have over towards Banana is any kind of smoke or Molotov. I don't think it's really going to matter a whole lot considering the weaponry, but obviously if you're the anchor of that B bomb site playing at the half wall, you'd love to have a smoke to drop in the choke point if you need to retreat to buy some time. Instead, Flamey's going to do it towards Rep side. Perfecto drops a Molotov in towards Quad. And mousesports starts to spread out and try and find their own play to make.
Yeah, and they're just all individually just trying to do it, you know, everyone do whatever you feel like. Maybe it could work out, maybe you could find a kill. So far, it's just the one. Rob's jumping down in pit with a scout. It looked dramatic and action-packed, but now that he's here, I mean, I don't know what he's going to do with a scout in there. That was very doubtful indeed, wasn't it?
Yeah, you're praying for like a 1 in 10 shot on Perfecto swinging out from the broken wall, or you're peering over towards Simple. As you could see, he saw him at the end, and I think he realized he didn't think he would have a clean shot. Simple was actually very exposed. If he'd looked right at that to start with, there might have been some kind of opportunity. But regardless, life goes on. 11-7 in the favor of mousesports, but they've lost 3 in a row.
3 in a row? 4-round gap here. NaVi starting their slow march back into the game to see if they can actually turn this around. Again, I mean, at this point, that would just be... I think it should be hilarious if they just decided to turn it and come back and win the whole thing, in spite of for all of the criticisms we've leveled at them. Pretty standard setup defensively here for them.
Yeah, they've gone back to that more passive setup that we saw in the first gun round. The one that caused mousesports to just straight up run out of time. They spent so long searching for anyone from NaVi being at an advanced position that they just didn't have the time left to hit the sights. We'll see how aggressive mousesports chooses to be. They're at least draining some of the utility early on. And for Chris Shea, that's not a good thing. Eats a grenade, down to 39 HP.
Yeah, he was definitely annoyed at that. It was the Molotov first and then the HE to follow. This quad side could very, very easily get pushed apart so that everyone is fighting all on their own. Perfecto, he's just getting run down. He's trying to put these grenades up. Was it in time anyway? Oh, Simple showing up to help out. That, I actually can't believe it. Looked like they were about to get completely destroyed in that A-bomb site. I think if they had 1 kill on the entrance the first time around their mousesports, then it all falls apart. But they got slowed down and killed instead.
Yeah, the Molotovs from Na'Vi throughout that round. Remember, Chris J got isolated in brackets early on with the first Molotov. Now the same thing happens with this hit. One Molotov in towards quad, and nobody can follow up that first and second player attacking the site itself. Really good defensive stand from Na'Vi, and man, when they play this passive style, this is 2 rounds we've seen it now, and mousesports haven't had an answer. The first time all 5 players survived, or excuse me, the first time 4 players survived, and it's happened again. 4 more players survive again in a round timeout. Unbelievable.
I mean, again, when you're throwing flashbangs as they're basically running you down, that's sort of a recipe for disaster. But somehow, you know, he just got the kill, and that bought enough time for Electronic, and then Simple. It all just worked out in the space of like 3 seconds. So I'd call that a very, very close round, even if they ended up winning it kind of comfortably at the end. 11-8, though.
Oh my god.
Well, that's a good lineup, but the return from Frozen is amazing. And he's had a pretty good game as well.
Oh, he had a phenomenal game. He had a phenomenal game on Train. He was doing this very similar stuff. Powerful on the entries, powerful on the initial contact. And this is the problem for Na'Vi making this comeback is one round like this from Frozen, and Na'Vi is just, their back is broken. But mousesports have to be very cautious of how they approach this because 3 players from Na'Vi have rotated over towards the B bomb site. And with Frozen in the back, they might think it's clear. Frozen is calling out. He hears the scope. That's Simple. And it's going to be another free kill. Just as he turns, Frozen's got it. Back towards CT spawn. He doesn't realize there's one more. Oh, that could be it. That could be everything. Electronic and Perfecto both here, and they've walked right into the trap.
Wow, I can't believe it. I actually thought that was so clever from mousesports, just letting Frozen stick around in there. That was such a genius move. But then, as you said, they didn't realize there were even more members of Na'Vi. A secondary crossfire there. And that is brutal. Now, 40 seconds here for Robs to try and be an absolute godlike hero if he could do this. Just with a deagle, they know where he's coming from. They've already heard that first shot. There's a bit of a shoulder peek coming out, and he's going to get dropped by Electronic. Nice triple. And Na'Vi somehow stay alive.
Oh no, that was the one. That was the round for mousesports. They got a free entrance into the B bomb site, a double kill from Frozen, added Simple on top of it. And they just never expected Electronic and Perfecto to be there. What a great call from Na'Vi. The over-rotation, both players committed to B for that long.
Oh man, it's so painful, isn't it? How do you make up for that? That was the big moment. I think they must have known it. Frozen doing all that work, and then it's just a bit short. They had the right idea and everything. 21st round, and this game is getting really close right now. Na'Vi still have a bank. Even if they were to lose a round here, they could sort of still manage it. mousesports, though, they've invested everything in here. They've got a round loss bonus really building, but without a bomb plant, that's still going to be tricky.
Problem is they still haven't really shown that they can find consistent early success in these rounds at the point of contact. It's just basically that round from Frozen where they've had that much success. Outside of that, they're just getting completely shut down by Na'Vi.
Yeah.
Especially in these passive setups.
Well, that is another good point, isn't it? Where's the consistency gone for the mousesports side? Last time when they tried to get into B, they didn't have the smokes to actually cross into the bomb site, which was, part of the problem, I suppose. This time, they're definitely going to need them. Simple taking out Kerrigan, so if there was going to be a split, it's not going to happen, and they don't even check it. They were so focused on the site itself that Lord Boomage will just slay them from above.
Oof, nice shot from Woxic, but I think it might be too little too late. It's 4-on-2 scenario, and mousesports need to get in while that smoke is up. It's just about to start fading as Woxic takes the plant. Rops is going to stick around towards Banana, and here comes the turn. Boomage has one. It's just Woxic, the planter remaining. They know exactly where he is. Na'Vi hits double digits, and they're just one round back.
At least they got the bomb plant here. I mean, that is actually going to help out mousesports quite a bit to continue the fight. But it's not the most comforting thought in the world, is it? That's what you're relying on at this point in time. You've lost so many rounds in a row that at least the game is trying to help you out, Yeah.
It
doesn't want you to lose too badly. Taking pity on you.
I can't believe that we're at an 11-10 scoreline. This is craziness. Na'Vi having a very solid defensive half.
I don't know what's going on either. This is a wild turn of events. Woxic and Frozen each on 17 kills. They're quite a bit ahead of everyone else. They've done a lot, but...
Not enough.
But not enough, clearly. NaVi 3 rounds away, mousesports 2 rounds away, but they just can't find any openings. And even when they do, it doesn't matter.
Well, Kerrigan going to lead the way. They're going to eat a grenade for their troubles. That's brutal. Great utility damage from Perfecto. Coming through the smoke.